Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and don't mind me fooling with my camera stuff a little bit, I think. There, it looks better. And we've got another live coding stream today. And I'll fill you in on how the whole dumpster scenario shaped out. Some interesting stories there, and I successfully got through to the end of it and successfully did my dumpster filling thing and will not be able to do my yard sale on Wednesday. Oops. Will not be able to do, oh my God, what's going on with my volume all of a sudden? Will not be able to do my yard sale on Wednesday because it's going to rain. So there's that. Let me just try to get my stuff moderately in control there. That's probably okay. Audio, what are you going to do? And might as well jump right in to the computer for doing my plugin work on. That being my main thing, really, there. So there are a number of things I can do to start off the day. Here's one. I've got a scenario here. Actually, I am curious about this. Let's see where we're at with this. Oh, yeah. I've got a fix to do here, and I got to see what that's going to mean in practice. Because I have a fix for the Rockstar reverb, and I need to follow up on that by doing as many updates as I need to for all these. Challenge is, I'm not entirely sure exactly which of these need updates and where and how. So these are supposed to be like this. And I've got a new control to add to them. So really what I should do is sort out how that needs to change. My hope is that I can do a sort of global search and replace thing. Also, how much of this needs to change? That's going to follow along after. So it looks like these all need entirely separate methods of change. And I've also got bringing the dynamics and BezEQ updates going. What that would mean is doing the VST versions of them. But I really also need to build them into Airwindows Console X, what is it, 3 now? Woof. X3. I have been so caught up in the whole spring cleaning and dumpster scenario that it's a little overwhelming. So I'm just getting back into the swing of things here, which is not to say that I wasn't in the swing of things before, because I've been doing plugins this entire time, but unfortunately, or fortunately, the work that I was doing previously was pretty much all about updates that I needed to do to make Dynamics 3 and BezEQ 4 better, and also DRes 4. I've got DRes 4 going on. I also feel I have a tendency of blowing up the mic here. Wonder whether I can cool that off a little bit just by pulling it back. Maybe I'm louder today than usual. Oh, Hitsville? Neither. But to the extent that it's anything, it's more like the hit room. It's, I guess that's why they call it Hitsville. It would be more like the main room than the attic. The attic's a chamber. It's not as much of a chamber. I've got a really good description of what the main room actually is. That is, if I'm not mistaken, a wood-floored room of reasonable size where they had a pegboard up at like head height and absorption in other places, so that it was meant to be like sort of reflective and live, but reflective and live where reflection would let people hear each other better. And that's kind of neat. One of the things that I've been doing in the whole busily cleaning my place and rearranging everything, and I do mean rearranging everything. I'm rearranging damn everything. I've cleared out a lot of stuff. I've filled up a 4-yard dumpster and had it sent off. There's a cute story about that too, which is one of the things that I had for discarding was a steering rack for a Subaru. I'd got one because I was trying to do things that I would enjoy for my, 2014 Subaru Impreza. And I thought, I can get the local garage to swap out the steering rack, and I could get this steering rack for it, which was like an STI steering rack that was faster than the usual one. The gear ratio was different. And I was like, that sounds completely cool. As long as I'm having to spend money on this dumb car, maybe I should do that with it. And then that will be fun, and it will lessen the blow of having to put more money in this car as it was on the way out. Only problem is that was a hydraulic steering rack, and the one that my car had was electric. So I got a Subaru steering rack that I could not use. And then I didn't know what to do with it. Like, what do you do with that? I couldn't really return it. And I didn't know anybody else who used it or anything like that. And so it's at first in my front hall and then in the basement. And the front hall is the same place where, like, I can briefly demonstrate what this hall means, right? So it was here. And that hall. I've been a busy fellow over the last above a mall production. You got to explain to me at some point what you mean to do by carrying on that way. I understand just enough about the language you're speaking that you're saying something, but I'm not entirely sure what. So translate it to English sometime, or carry on as you're doing, whatever suits you. Maybe you were the lady that I dated in British Columbia, for all I know. But yeah, that hall is just a place in my house. And the way things are looking, my worries of not being able to stay here are probably ill-founded. Things are, it's Joe, okay, whatever you want. If you like me, you might observe the fact that I typically am not trolly, because being sincere is both cool. Granted, it's hard to understand how that's cool, but also kind of a superpower in the modern age of AI and all this horrible stuff. Like, if you can be sincere and stick to what you do, people kind of like that. So yeah. It's and also being sincere means you're not too uptight or whatever. So I can take your trolly joshing around with the spirit in which it's intended. And I don't have to be trolly. I can do whatever I like. But yeah, that hallway. I have been redoing my drum room. And I'll tell you why. It's because in that drum room is a sort of shelving unit that I had all manner of stuff on. It was containing, like, there's a little nook in there for putting a vocal mic in and singing into. And I've got acoustic foam in there to make a little sort of shape that can absorb sound. Vinyl Bear, no, I have not. There are people who do that, though. So if you're interested, there are people who are interested in doing that. There is an alternate approach, though, Vinyl Bear. You can make music that is actually good to the extent that AI cannot effectively get as good. And that's regardless of whatever kind of music you're doing. Like, for instance, the reverbs I'm going to be working on today will enable the a pretty realistic sound space. AI is not going to be able to accurately reproduce that sound space. Like, I've got it set up in recent work where you can pick closer up or farther back into the space. And I've got code for doing that. And everything AI does, because it's at least Suno in terms of that sort of thing, nothing is stopping people from using AI to make sample generating engine, well, not generating, sample manipulating engines, kind of like there was an infinite gent generator on YouTube somewhere. And it made gent music and did a pretty good job of it. But pretty much what it was doing was splicing different kinds of samples of real things. You can make music genres like that. And if you do that and mix it on a audio bus rather than trying to extrude it from... The problem with AI music generation based on diffusion is that it is sub-MP3 in quality. Like, drastically sub-MP3 in quality, and it shows. If you listen to genres like trance that are being generated through AI, it's always incredibly bad trance because you can't get the high percussion to have clarity. You can't get the timing to have clarity, which is fatal for trance. You can't even get a kick properly out of that sort of thing. So rather than making a plugin that sabotages your audio to make it unusable for training AI models, leverage the fact that AI models cannot generate stuff with a level of clarity and verisimilitude and personality. So make stuff with more personality, and then AI can do a miserable job of trying to copy it, and it'll be starkly different from... I understand it's hard to acknowledge this in a world where people's production techniques have been terrible for decades. But it's true. If you go after... Hey, Grant! Hey, Grins! Came in hot. And Jazz, Vinyl, above them all, everybody. Yeah, I'm going to be spending some extra hours today because I finally caught up on the... I feel much better not either waiting for weeks for a dumpster to be delivered or waiting to have it removed. I was going to mention the nice thing that happened in the process of that. I was talking about how I had a Subaru steering rack. Well, getting the stuff, scheduling the pickup, I had gone and I'd been filling all manner of stuff in, as far as like things in my refrigerator that were like, oh, this is a sauce that apparently went off in 2004. Huh. Well, it doesn't seem to have gone wrong, but still, let's throw that away. And I threw so much stuff away that was literal garbage and that I didn't need. And then I dragged the box with the steering rack out and effectively destroyed the box so that it would lie flat, because everything had to lie flat in order for it all to fit in the 4-yard dumpster. And then I put the steering rack on top of the cardboard to keep it neat and tidy. And it looked brand new because it was. It just had never been used or come out of its box. And called the place and said, please come and pick this up. It took 2 tries to even get through to anybody to schedule the pickup. And I was not able to get it picked up on Friday. But the guy was supposed to come around on Monday where he would do his usual rounds. And this is the same guy that had complimented my Subaru. The replacement car I had to get, because the one, like, I am paying upwards of $550 a month on the Subaru I'm currently running, which is a current one. It has like lane assist and stuff and watches after my well-being when I drive places. All of that kind of stuff that modern cars are supposed to have. And the previous one was getting to cost as much per month just for things going wrong with it, and that's when you have to do something about it. So the guy delivering the dumpster was like, wow, nice Subaru. I built those myself. And then when I called to have it scheduled to pick up, I told them, oh, one more thing. Tell the guy to look in the dumpster before he opens it up, because I got something for him. He said that he built Subarus, that he worked on cars, and that was clearly, that's the kind of thing where it's like, that's the thing he cared about, rather than being a garbage man, which is his day job. And I'm given to understand that pays fairly well, because often people don't want to do it. But the deal with the Subaru fixing is, now I knew that there was somebody who was going to be picking that up, and they liked working on cars. I should tell him about this steering rack. I'd never known anybody who was like, hi, I work on Subarus and I like hot rodding them, in such a way that I'd be able to give them something like that. And so I told the receptionist after 3 tries, getting a hold of the lady there, said, hey, tell this guy that I have something for him. Oh, I'll tell you what it is. It's a Subaru steering rack. Turns out he shows up on Monday around about noonish or so. I waited all morning. So if something like that is happening, I lose the entire day, because I'm waiting the whole time for being there, ready to move my car or deal with everything. I had to go and talk to a neighbor because they had a car in the way, and it was going to make it impossible for the guy to be able to get the garbage truck in, unload the dumpster, and then drive out. And I was worried he was going to like scrape the side of the house or something like that, or worse, the side of the neighbor's house, which he did not. He shows up and goes, really? Wow. You don't know this. But I had discovered that the steering rack in my favorite Subaru was going off, and I was starting to look around for ways to replace it, because the hydraulic fluid was leaking in it, and I was having to go and find a steering rack to fix my car. It was like some sort of act of God that you showed up being like, here, have a random steering rack. It's a higher gearing than regular steering rack, so it's a more responsive steering rack that goes to SDIs. And he's like, I have a 2019 SDI that I need to get a replacement steering rack for. And so it turned out that it was just this mysterious, serendipitous, karmic thing that I randomly gave a whole ass Subaru part to a guy who needed exactly that one and was there to pick up my... He also was like, it looks like you've got a little bit of electronics. And I'm like, dude, you have no idea how much electronics I did not put in the dumpster because I knew that it was wrong. I was wary of putting anything in because I was like, it has lead in the circuitry and CRT tubes are no bueno, and you can't do that. And what he told me was like, hey, yeah, you actually could have done that. You're not supposed to, but we're not very strict about that kind of thing. I enjoy it when they put the CRT monitors in there because I like hearing them explode as the truck crushes them. And I'm like, well, okay. I'm still looking for a way to dispose of those things properly. But what the hey. So yeah, that was the departure of the dumpster that I filled all up with stuff. And in so doing, I cleared out the shelf in my drum room. So that is effectively empty. I'm also getting ready to, when I do get to do a yard sale, there's going to be things like a disc duplicator for like $20. Back in the day, you'd spent like $700 on the dumb thing. And I have no use for it now. But it is a working disc duplicator. It is at least a CDR duplicator, possibly DVD-R, I don't remember. And it's not going to get me enough money to be worth finding out. And I've cleared out everything in the shelving unit because that's where the books are going to go. And I've got all manner of books that I'm in the process of cleaning up. They were in boxes. They were in my basement. They're books like from my parents' house when they passed on. And my parents saved and collected books. Not literally all of them, but lots of them. And then my parents got books from their parents who were also fanatics for finding and buying old books. So I've got a substantial collection of books from like the 1800s. No joke. And in a bunch of cases, they didn't stay in great shape. But there are things you can do to fix those, such as you go and put them in a Ziploc bag and freeze them. If you freeze books, mold dies. And then you have just sort of detritus. Like if they got nasty amounts of mold and you froze them, the mold would be dead mold, but it would still be there. And then you clean them off with like, I don't know, if you were a real archival person, like Q-tips with a mixture of peroxide and alcohol or something like that. There's stuff that you can do. And I learned about that, so I'm like, okay, now I'm going to do this. I'm going to have a book collection in my drum room serving as diffusion. Because if I put the shelves in the right places and fill that entire thing, which technically is a bookshelf. Everything is going to be kept dry. But my understanding, Chad, is that you freeze mold and these spores will be killed. But if there are other spores anywhere, it'll immediately, will be rejoined by whatever other spores you've got. So yeah, I'm going through the process of doing that with all of these different books, including lots from like antiquity, shall we say. And that's kind of exciting. Some of them I kind of like. I'm getting a bit of flack from various directions. People are like, oh, you shouldn't be a hoarder. What are you doing hanging on with like a Encyclopedia Britannica from 1910? And I was like, that's going in the dumpster. Oh my God. Bits of it are showing damage. It picked up a little bit of mold when it was in my parents' basement. Well, I go searching out for like people who are selling these things, and the frickin' Encyclopedia Britannica from 1910 sells for like $1,000 in brilliant, wonderful condition. And I've got exactly the same kind, and it's pretty close to good condition. The ones that I saw on eBay that were being sold were not necessarily as pristine as I would think. Like the spines of the ones I have are in arguably as good or better shape than the ones that are selling for big bucks. Thing is, I'm going to clean it and I'm going to keep it. I'm going to put it in my bookshelves, and it will serve as, I suppose I'll be damaging it with sound pressure levels. Like I'll be playing drums at the books. So either that's good for them or not. It's probably good for plants, but this doesn't count as plants. But yeah, I'm hanging on to the 1910 Britannica. 1910 Britannica you can get on, then everything is being kept dry. 1910 Britannica is like the last inkling of purely British Encyclopedia Britannica before it got Americanized. Oh, one thing about this place that they're going is the drum room. I went rearranging a bunch of stuff. So the rearrangement, I had doors from closets in places. Oh, the stuff that I am going to be actually yard sailing when the opportunity arises, which it is not arising this week, is not going to be Pawn Star interesting. Nothing like that. It's going to be stuff like, this is a stand blender that I got in case I wanted to make bread dough using it, which technically kind of sort of works, and then I just never bothered continuing. So it is a stand mixer and fully functional, and I didn't like it, and it just sat. And, funnily enough, above a mall production, my father died too, some years back. The other thing that comes to mind is a blender. I had a fully functioning working blender, and it was so little interest to me that it just got back into its box. I put it back in its box and just put it aside. That's going to be yard sailed. I'm going to have stuff like that for $20. There is what I believe is a functioning projector that I used to use for a lot of stuff. And that's going to be another one like that. A lot of things that are like, take this away, including the box that it is in, so that it never darkens my door again. I realize that is cheap, and I do not care. There was a extra soundbar system for like what you'd use for TVs and things. And I got one that I'm using. No, not the Summit. I got one that I'm using, and then I don't know what was in my head at the time. This was after my parents had died and I had inherited money, but before the money was gone, because the money went largely to partly modular synthesizers and partly like I had to replace my water heater in my basement. I had to get the house painted. I had to replace a fuel oil tank in my basement. I had to replace washer and dryer. All of those things ended up happening, and now the money is gone. But while it wasn't, I got an extra soundbar system, and I do not remember why I did such a thing. But that's going to the yard sale. That's going to be like $20. And somebody's going to be all excited. And I'll be all excited to see the last of it because they have a upstairs room. Everything's moving from room to room. Like the books are all moving into the drum room because there's bookshelves there that can be used for bookshelves. That'll clear that out of the space, meaning that that's not going to be taking up my space there. All the stuff in the room next to the drum room, that was where my stepkid lived when I was married. And so it's had like stuff that wasn't bad but was sort of in storage. And all of that stuff is going to get yard sale to the best of my ability. Just lots of stuff. It's all going to be so cheap that people are going to freak out. Hopefully it's not going to be a madhouse, me doing this. But if I can empty that room out, and I'm talking, it could be challenging because above them all, I stopped drinking alcohol, if that means anything to you. I had a tendency to drink it when I didn't want to. That's why I had to stop. So, a word to the wise. If I can empty that room out, I can do some interesting things with it, such as I could use it to shoot music videos in or something. Because if it's an empty room and I have control over it and stuff, what I could do is make it a green screen room. You can get paint to literally paint walls green. A bunch of places like Loading Ready Run up in Canada, that it is a internet sketch comedy show, and they do a lot of other things. And they like using green screen walls. It's really helpful if you're doing live streaming. Like, I don't work that way because I don't have artificial background. What you see behind you is literal background. But Loading Ready Run has rooms for streamers to work in where they're at a desk facing their video game console and such, and the whole area behind them is painted green so that they can do chroma keying and key stuff out. And back in the day, I've tried chroma keying. Above them all, you only have to do that sort of thing for right now. I regularly do not go and buy more alcohol as of right now. It just happens to have been a lot of right nows. So if it means anything to you, then don't buy any more alcohol today. It's not worth it. And you don't have to. You don't. Anyways, if I go to the trouble of freeing up a room and then painting it green, that becomes a possible chroma key room. But if it's a whole end of a room, two things happen. One is I could take my base up there, put up a camera, put up some speakers. One of the things I'm thinking about is, do I want to sell off the giant speakers I have? Back in the day, before I was using mixing style speakers, I had some really big speakers that I built. I've sometimes shown people the little examples of them. I've got out of paper towel rolls miniature versions of these speakers that were made out of giant cardboard building forms, 36-inch concrete pillar forms. And these are working speakers. They just don't sound nice, and they're not really that useful for using to mix or monitor over. But they'll take hundreds and hundreds of watts, like maybe around 1,000 watts, because they are essentially 16 little small full-range speakers facing each other into a slot, which is a horn-loaded system. And I still have these. They still work. These speakers are still there. I could sell them at the yard sale concept and not have them in my way anymore. And they are like creativity. They're like things that I have made back in the day that I thought were really cool at the time. And they are really cool. It's just I'm not doing anything for which they would be cool anymore. But back in the day, it was a major investment, and I did my level best to make the ultimate speaker, which turns out to be like an interesting PA speaker, I guess it would be. And I've got them up in that room. If I bring them down and arrange to yard sale them and go, here's how much these cost. You might need some help moving them around because it takes several people to do it. And then I would have freed up that space as well. And if I can empty out that room and paint it green, make it be a video studio, then I get that to be another dedicated room that I can write off on my taxes, which have become much worse than they ever were before, because I've stopped spending as much money on business things in recent years, because I had to stop spending as much money on business things in recent years. So now I'm kind of running on what I was able to build, what I was able to get. But my drum room is a dedicated Airwindows space that doesn't get used for anything else. I could extend that if I really do a full-on project for it, and turning it into a green screen room would count. That would count. Plus, there have been breakthroughs in green screen technology quite recently. Like the Corridor Crew guys have been developing some kind of wild neural network magical green screen thinger that can handle any damn thing you throw at it. As far as if you have a green screen, it doesn't matter whether you're waving veils in front of the green screen. They've got a thing that'll handle it. Which makes it more interesting, the idea of doing green screen work for making video work. And I do make video work regularly. That is normal. I do that every week, a couple times a week. And one of the things that you do if you're making music is you could make videos out of it. And people think in terms of like making, I don't know, AI videos or whatever, but that's the same problem as making AI music. It's just extruded stuff and it has no specificity. It's just vague blur. But back in the day, back in the 90s and whatever, everybody was making green screen stuff for their fancy videos. And so there's bound to be a level of retro flair to that going on. So I'm really warming to the idea of, as long as I'm making all these plugins and I'm making all of this stuff, and that's coming along. Ooh, yeah, it's not even sodium lamp stuff. That is even more effective, but it's not what they're doing. Yes, there is Canst Deluxe on my desktop. The sodium lamp thing is a separate thing. What they've done with green screen is a whole other breakthrough. And I'm hoping I can get a hold of that in such a way that I could do, I bet they're doing an open source variation on that stuff. So somebody's going to make it so that I could either bring it into, they've almost certainly got it for DaVinci Resolve, which I could quite easily have. I have a license for it through the Blackmagic cameras. But I'm currently working on Final Cut simply because I'm used to it. And there's a lot of stuff that I could do in Final Cut simply because I'm used to it. And I already know how to do some screening, and I don't know whether the corridor digital stuff is ported to Final Cut screening. But if it is, that's perfect. Or if you can do something where you run a process and then the corridor digital stuff gives you a mask, and Final Cut is able to use your footage, including your masks. There's bound to be a way of doing it. I'm just not exactly sure what the way is going to be. And again, some of that is along the lines of doing music again, but doing the music and doing videos the way people normally did. Because normally what you got, and I've even seen this in things like, for a while there I had Foo Fighters DVD content, things like Sonic Highways and whatever. And what you would get would be the Foo Fighters recording music, and you'd get some behind-the-scenes stuff of recording in the studio and the whole process of doing that, because Sonic Highways was them visiting various studios everywhere. And then you'd see some of the time what it looked like to actually record the songs. But then they would top it off with a proper music video in a very specific style. They had a real tendency of always wanting to put Dave Grohl's words in front of everything. So there was subtitles literally everywhere, and the words didn't often justify the amount of fuss being made over them, but it's fine. And they'd be very glossy, fancy-looking music videos, and it would be exactly what you'd expect from a music video, which would only underscore the fact that's not them playing the song. You were hearing the studio work, and sometimes you got to watch them recording the studio stuff, which did not look like the music video because they were focusing and working hard and concentrating. And when you shoot a video, you're playing to the camera. You're miming what you were supposed to do, typically listening to music somehow, which is, I could hang on to the giant speakers for the purpose of just doing this with, to make it more exciting, right? To do the video, you pipe them through these big loudspeakers and just jump around and record yourself on a camera in front of a giant green screen, and boom, there you are. But the idea of doing that seems kind of exciting. Like, I would like to do something along those lines. And getting a room really truly cleaned out and like painted to be a proper green screen room, lit properly, like lighting stands and things, all that kind of stuff, would be a good way of going about doing that. And it would justify me updating the amount of, because like the room that I'm in does not count as being dedicated workspace for tax purposes. I spend all my time working in here, but this is not only a workspace. This is also me hanging around playing on the computer, which is largely just on the web, honestly. But Buff and Maul, you're trolling me again. Go careful. Kirbywood is asking, what's my voice plugin chain? Right now, I'm just being recorded through a Sennheiser super hyper cardioid mic like you'd use for video shooting. And I'm distorting quite a bit. But for whatever reason, it's just all of my Blackmagic cameras are wildly inconsistent as far as volume is concerned. I'm constantly having to tweak them because they're constantly deciding that they're loud this day and then quiet the other day, and I don't even understand what they think they're doing. But the vocal chain here is a Blackmagic 4K micro cinema camera. It's capable of phantom powering a microphone, and that's what it's doing. And the plugin videos, same, except for it's a Colaris. It's a Roswell Colaris microphone, and it is a chain that involves silicon, and I think it's the newest tape hack. I don't think I got more complicated than that. And then Bet, Shift Gain, and a plugin called Final Clip, which is a clipper that is gain staged for Final Cut Pro. And that's my chain for on Sundays. That's my chain for the plugin posting videos. I'll be closest to I don't have anything like that, Zachario. Also, I have an update for PyWacket. In fact, you see it on the screen, and I have not yet done it, but that is coming. And it's also, I'm going to need to update it so that it contains Bezier compression, because that avoids having sharp discontinuities in where the compression level is. But I will not have a plugin that is closer to the original Pi compressor than PyWacket. PyWacket is really the thing where it's like, let's make a plugin that does a particular thing. That doesn't mean, like, software doesn't use the process that the original Pi compressor uses. The original Pi compressor uses a whole other process that's not terribly common. It's like not a diode bridge, it's something else. Order FTW 782. So hardware emulations. Understand that most of the time when people make software to do hardware emulations, they are emulating the faceplate. Or they are going, well, this is a equalizer that has this band and that band and that band, and so therefore let's use a biquad filter and generate this band and that band and that band and then add them together. Oh, it saturates a little bit? Okay, let's put a distortion on afterwards. That's usually what people get up to when they're making plugins for emulating things. There are differences with actually doing it properly. For instance, Cytomic does not do that. Cytomic emulates like hell. And I mean that in a positive way. That's not a diss. Andy Simpson from Cytomic is incredibly smart, knows so much mathematics and stuff, and he spends all of his time figuring out how different transistors connected to each other have weird quirks in the behavior, and he continues to, like, I'm on a Discord with this guy and a bunch of other like plugin industry insiders and stuff, and so I see when he's like, ooh, looks like I came out with a new idea for how to model the transconductance of this against that, and so on and so forth, and he'll come up with these new things that are improving his game and more accurately modeling how a transistor connects to a capacitor or whatever. And it'll do these little subtle things like changing even order harmonic content or whatever, because the way that the electricity went in the circuit did this particular thing. And he can measure all of that kind of stuff and model it. He really does a phenomenal job. So if you're talking about recreating a hardware emulation, look to Cytomic for that, because that guy really knows what he's doing. He's still running into some of the problems where if he does it in computer-based floating point numbers, the stuff I do is along the lines of optimizing how the floating point numbers and such work, which I do beyond the level of reasonable. And that's the Airwindows sound, is like taking some of that stuff beyond what's considered reasonable. If Andy is doing all of his thing and he's modeling all of his stuff, but he's modeling it all with just floats, then he's going to have certain parts of it absolutely perfect and other parts of it will degrade more the more processing is done. And that's the catch with trying to model it that closely, is if you're going that hard to getting all those little details right, you're doing a lot of computer math, and the computer math degrades. it wears out. Sound wears out as you calculate too much on it. So yeah. Check out Cytomic. Andy Simpson really knows his stuff. If you hear that, it's similar to like Zaphod from Nebula or Acoustica. So there's multiple ways of getting sounds. I always go for simplicity and extreme aggressive accuracy. That's what longhand is. Longhand is coming out pretty soon, and it is a sine, but it's a sine that's done very much the hardcore overkill way. The other thing that you can do is process everything so utterly intensely that you're making enough of something else that it no longer matters, that your resolution is kind of degraded from all the processing. And I'm not sure to what extent Cytomic counts as that versus having some of the benefits of simplicity. But Acoustica, that Nebula stuff, very much qualifies as going through the overprocessing and out the other side, and you get a different sound out of it. So yeah. I do not know what Analog Obsession is like. I know he does better than me on Patreon, but nothing so wrong with that. People do all manner of other things. And Cytonic the Glue is a marvelous example of that, but it's not the only example of stuff that Andy has done. He's done some incredible filter work. He's done filters that sound as good as anything that I do, but are incredibly accurate models of something in analog. So yeah, it's worth your attention. Has all of my respect and does a form of programming that's completely beyond or different from what I do. I do something very different from any of that. Let's see if I can fool around with some of the stuff I meant to do today. It's 11. I'll probably give myself another cup of coffee around about noon. Drinking all the coffee this morning has me chatty, which means I'm not actually doing as much programming as I should, but that's fine too. Or at least it had better be fine, because this is what we got. Do I have K-Rockstar VST done? Apparently we're not using that. I should not have that, in fact, because that's not how we slow things anymore. That is for doing linear interpolation, which is not necessarily how I think that should be done anymore. And this looks like this has not been updated. Interesting. Well, that's more stuff to do. This is what it's supposed to become. I guess we'll be porting things to VST today as well, because this is one of the ones I'd like to see come out. I'd like to see this come out. It's time. It'll become useful to people if I can get this out. Yeah, look at that. We're going to go through the process of updating this as well. And if I do this, then I can also do the VST in the reverbs folder that I'm working on. We'll see what we can get out of that. Shouldn't need anything further here. This already contains what it needs to contain. Again, I've got a new control to add to all of the reverbs. Honestly, I would be reasonably content if I'm able to get this reverb stuff done today. While also talking, because honestly, I've got plenty to say. I didn't even finish everything that I was going to say about books into the drum room so that it is serving the purpose of a diffusion, because a bookshelf can serve the purpose of diffusion very well. And then also clearing out that other room, if I can, clearing out that other room for use shooting videos. And if I could do that, that would not only be a big help going forwards, because I get to use pretty much twice the space as a tax write-off for stuff that's dedicated to business. And again, the room that I'm in, I don't get to use as a tax write-off, even though it's more size than the drum room is, but it's not only used for business. The drum room is only used for Airwindows related stuff. And that would be neat, and that would also be interesting. And then I was re-rising the drum room even, because just as I've got it set up so I can flip a switch, hit a button, and have that not only up and running and ready to record stuff in, but also to have the video ready for being available in live streaming. The drum room is now live stream ready. But I also moved some packing blankets. So this is quite the little story. I am improving not only the drum room, but also the upstairs hallway. No, I'm not going to be able to dedicate the upstairs hallway to being a tax write-off or being used only for work purposes. These rooms, drum room certainly, the other room for the green screen room, that would count. If I can get it done, that would count. But, I should update Logical to use BasicComp. Anyway, I had non-parallel walls in my drum room through the jankiest technique imaginable. And that technique was, I had doors taken from elsewhere in the house and taken off of their hinges so that it was more like open plan and walk through anywhere. And cool doors too. They were doors. This is an old house, so the doors were not like particle board and not like veneer. The doors are like hardwood. In some cases so old that bits of them cracked and stuff. There's like interior panels there, which are not always solid. But yeah, I took these doors, I removed them so that everything was more open, because I liked it that way. And then started the process of putting them all back. So there's, like behind me, is a little hallway area. And I replaced the door that went on to kitchen, which is good because sealing that area off is better in summertime when it's an insane heat wave, because that room heats up like crazy, and I can seal it off and like not go in there unless I have to. And then there were 2 doors remaining that went to the closets in my bedroom. And all 3 of these doors were in the drum room, leaned up against the walls, making non-parallel walls for part of the area. But I also had all these packing blankets that I'd got for the purposes of taking drywall screws and just attaching them to the walls, all sort of folded up. You make them like giant pleats, about 6 inches deep giant pleats. And that's very good sound absorption. That's sound absorption that will work down into low frequencies effectively. Like forget egg carton foam, that kind of nonsense. Stuff like that is useless what you need is like heavy drapes, heavy folded drapes kind of thing. And that is the way of really damping sound in a room, which is not the same thing as sealing off a room from external sound, but it is the same thing as not having the sound inside the room reverberate and continue to be loud. So you can have lots of absorption in a room, and that will make the sound output from that room be less annoying because it's just not echoing around and being sustained. It's being damped so much that it'll settle down a little bit. So what I've been doing in the last couple of days, in the process of clearing out this bookshelf against the back wall so that I can put books in it, and then that will contain like literally all the books from all over the place. I've got so many books. Lots of them can just go there. There could be nothing but books there. There's vinyl records. I'm going to move those elsewhere. Ideally, I'd like to get one of those vinyl record holders so that I can have more records over behind me. And then all the records can be in a reasonable place. But yeah, the bookshelf is going to become dedicated bookshelf with no other garbage in there. And then I'll basically ignore it, but it's going to serve a role as diffusion as well. And the room is more space. I'm also thinking about taking apart the ISO cab I built. And I don't know whether I'm going to build something else or whether I'm going to try to build a bass amp for being able to have bass and drums tracked off of the floor up there. It's conceivable. I just have not really considered, and I also don't like the idea of playing more than one instrument at once. It's perilously close to, I have an entire band up in that room, and an entire band is too loud for a residential neighborhood. Drums is a whole other story. I've got the acoustics so heavily compressed there, and I've also got the drums are like not really tuned for projection. They're kind of tuned a little slack, and that helps. So yeah. I've got all that going on. I have in my kitchen, I have a big flat surface that has basically been getting just stuff, and there's a lot of tools on there. And I'm going to put it on some like sawhorses in the basement and just stack equipment. Oh God, what the... Hang on a moment, let me get this. It's James Plumbing and Heating. Hello? I'm doing fine. What's up? I do in fact wish to have it done again. If it was cleaned in March, are you doing it yearly or? I prefer to do it yearly, so I guess that sounds like we are scheduling for that. I also had a question. What are you doing your finance plan or whatever it is? if you like. It'll be a little weird because I'm getting firewood delivered on Friday. Okay. Yeah, I've got a budget of $900 or whatever. I'm sure I can afford to have it topped off, and then we know where we stand. I can believe that, doesn't it? All right. No. Well, are we we're talking about a cleaning, and so I have to pay for that. And this month is most unpleasant as far as budgeting anything like that. So I don't really like the idea of that. I'd like to put that off if I can. Next month would probably work. Well, let me see. It sounds like that's the next thing to do. Fair enough.
Okay, I'll put you in. Can we say between 8 and 8:30?
Sure.
All right, and I'll confirm that with you ahead of time. Chris will top off your tank tomorrow, and you have a great day.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome, Chris. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Homeowner follies. Arranging for burner cleanings and things. When you are living as a person in the world, stuff like that comes up. Don't mind me. I never like it when stuff like that happens. All of a sudden you were just derailed and you got to deal with something else. What I'm going to do, having saved that, I'm going to have to budget for figuring out how to make that happen in July, but hopefully that'll work. One thing about it, I've been seeing a little more action on Patreon, and this is what makes me think I'm probably not going to lose my place to live. I'm probably going to be able to hang in there, but this is the kind of stuff that happens to you where you're like, oh, maybe I was wrong. They're all going like, why don't we schedule your burner cleaning for tomorrow? I'm like, I have $990 of firewood coming on Friday. No, you cannot do a thing that cost me money this month. That ain't happening. I'm already way in over my head, but what are you going to do? But yeah, let me have a look at, ooh, Cole Hetzel got an ISO cap. Cool. I need to get rid of the ISO cap that I have. I have not entirely decided whether to try to do something fun like build it into a bass amp, or I'm not sure what. But, and my house is near people, which is why I can't have entire bands in my room. Yeah, no, the people bothering me are nice enough. They're the oil vendor for my furnace. They will help stop me from freezing in the winter, although mostly it's going to be wood heat. Yeah. There are only some things that you can do when taking phone calls during live streams. It's all very well me scheduling to have a burner cleaning done in July. Giving my credit card number over the phone is something you cannot do even in the other room in case somebody has a really sharp hearing. Anyways. Let me take before I get back to this K-Rockstar stuff, the stuff that I've got to do in order to make this happen, let me schedule one of my breaks. And because I'm simply just too distracted to be able to continue. But one of the things that we can do, see all the new stream audio stuff I've got? We've got stuff that wasn't previously available because I went through old CDs from these shelves that I stripped and removed so that I could repurpose them as bookshelves. I had old CDs stored up that were old versions of my music. So I've got things like Dragons 99, Dragons 02, Dragons 24-bit 02, and Dragons Remaster 03, which I think the latter of is probably what got made into the CD that I put out. But the original version is still there. And you know what? The original version is not as loudinated as the version that came out on CD. There was a time when I switched over to using this little device called the Miniman Sam to do purely digital remixes of all of these things. And then I was busy trying to essentially remaster them or process them or do whatever. Yeah, I thought some of these things, I thought that I was not going to ever have the waves of them because they were lost forever. Well, some of this has unearthed, and you'll hear this for the first time. Dragons 99 is like that. Everything from 99, I checked this out, and I believe this is true. Everything from 99 was mixed down, probably in Wilmington, Vermont, on a analog mixing board that I built out of switches and resistors. And it had some EQ in there as well, but the EQ was like high-pass and low-pass filters, also built out of switches. Sleep well, Zachariah. You can't see that anymore because it's long gone. I had a sort of a rack device, like a rolling, like IKEA-like black rack unit thingy that you could put rack mount things like my LX20 ADAT. I built into this, and then I had this whole network of wire coming off of it where I plugged into the RCA outputs of this ADAT. And every channel, the 8 channels, went through a like resistor network where switches produced a roughly 256-bit resolution attenuation system. Oh, no, go feed your family. A attenuation system made out of flippin' switches on resistors, like parallel resistor networks. And if you make the resistors correct, you're doing the same thing as a digital to analog converter made out of resistors alone, but if you're piping audio through it, you just have a bunch of parallel audio paths, and you're managing this like this one switch is this much volume, and then this little switch over on the end is a much bigger resistance. But if you engage it and you bring that in parallel, then it's just a little bit louder, and you've made up a potentiometer because this is doing the same job of a knob. You're building a potentiometer out of individual discrete resistors with nothing but switches. So I did this. And if I remember correctly, it also had polystyrene caps for a low pass section. And I think it may very well have also had a high pass section. And it built them all out of switches. And they were all for the purpose of taking the RCA outs of a ADAT LX20. So it was all for the purpose of running an ADAT. And if I'm not mistaken, I have the mix downs from that time. We go over to here. And it's not going to be there. It's going to be stream audio. There we are. And then we go to, say, this. And they shouldn't be in alphabetical order, but that's what I've got. That's the loudination of the original setup. In fact, ooh, well, that's not correct. Here we are. So I'm not going to be hearing this, but I'm piping it through to the stream. And this is the first this has been heard. Look at that. That is what has been mixed with analog switches and a resistor network. And all of this operated in that way. I've listened very briefly to it. I haven't gotten to listen to all of it, which I will eventually. But by contrast, check this out. Same thing. But it's definitely not as loud as the eventual version. You can visibly see that the CD version got loudinated. And one of the reasons that that happened is because this was not the analog mix that the first one is. It is a purely digital mix done using a MIDI ManSam, which then sounded so objectionable that I had to start doing things to try to make it better. And I did not realize at the time, this was before I made plugins. Years before I made plugins. This is just when these things were like, you didn't have DAWs at this time. This was off of an ADAT. And so nobody knew any better than, we should digitally mix this, and that will make everything better. And so I started digitally mixing it, and it didn't make everything better, and I didn't know what to do about it at the time. So I'm going to go and make myself another cup of coffee and use the restroom, which is another thing I need to do. I'm going to get my head in the game for working on K-Rockstar and some of this stuff that I needed to do. I think it's fairly likely that I'll be able to get at least something done today, even though it's been like distractions by Dumpster's madness. And I'm going to put on Content Peak for the new versions or and by new, what I mean is the oldest, very first versions before I knew what I had, that are effectively, and this is, we could have this again. Like, think about whether the sound of this, and you've heard some of these before, but I'm going to be critically listening to this in my own time later and comparing it. I could do this again. This is on an analog mixing board that I built for the purpose and did not realize what I had. And I destroyed it years ago because it was such a weird monster. I even have the same switches that I used for it because I bought more of them. But yeah, if you ever wanted to hear what something sounded like mixed from a Airwindows built from scratch mixing board with filtering and switched gain controls. You can't actually move a fader. There is no fader. There's a bank of like 8 switches, and you have to input the level in binary. And that's what this is. And it sounds like this. Neat. Okay. might skip around a little bit. I'm checking out what's going on with all this. Got my coffee. Ready to work this afternoon, but man, this is giving me ideas. I'll be talking about this for too long. So this does this. This one was at the end. It's the final one. Oh yeah, no, you have no idea here. Stone Dragon ended up doing this. Didn't get it the first time. Feels almost like I was tracking it into a compressor. It is not a newer version, it is a version where I have squished up the size of the window to not show that band, because I have the dark band below it. Yeah, this is definitely a chill space. We've got an extended low end off of focus. Here's Air Dragon. Very bright, but none of the highs are going too far, are they? Oh, that was not a Rhodes, it was a synth. Probably could tell. It's probably a Proteus. It was going to be a Proteus, a Kawai G Mega, or probably one of those two. I'm not sure I had anything else at this time. And I had some kind of reverb, but it was a hardware reverb. It's not, none of this is software. All of this is pre-software, including including the mix. This is absolutely wild to see. Yeah, I think I have some compression here. It will be an analog compressor. So that's what phone dragging is like now. It goes crazy in the middle, but I'll leave that alone for now. Here is a more aggressive thing. Look, you can read the little patterns it makes. And chrome dragging, it gets bright. Let's see what that does. This one's shaping up a little bit. Lastly, Earth Dragon is meant to be kind of huge. I know I was always trying to make those orchestra stabs be bigger and louder. Another one coming up. It sort of takes you through different chords. We got the little bongo thing happening. That's the synth. Sort of like a horn-like background tone. See, there's your loudest part. There's a clip just then. Yeah, it's meant to have jump scare orchestra hits. Yeah, so that was very interesting. Let's not save because There's no other thing. That was from 1999. I've also got this album, this album. What else? Anything else? And this is completely another thing, but it's the same basic concept. That one was on a 4-track reel-to-reel machine. So the interesting thing about this is I had no idea what I had. All of that was mixed on a sort of elaborate switchboard device. Oh yeah, no, I have a version. I'm going to have to do something about this. People even bought it. On Bandcamp, there is a version of Dragons. Unfortunately, the version of Dragons is the digital remix that has been laminated and then has also been put through a bandpass filter. That blows away what I put out. In fact, that blows away the CD that I had made. Because during this entire time period, I did that on the analog board I built and then kept trying to do better year after year. I got it so that rather than going out of the RCA outputs of the Alesis LX20, which was all I had, rather than using the analog outputs and mixing them, what I ended up doing, and this now has me thinking wildly, like, what can I do to get into that kind of zone again? That was a mix that was done using only switches. It was level and EQ done not only through only switches, but also a very particular kind of EQ that I could probably emulate in software. But it was basically zero insertion loss, simplest order filter, where the input either, how was the album art made in Photoshop? And it's a photograph that I took of the college I went to, Hampshire College, which I think is closed. Hampshire College went out of business. So the college I went to is no more. And the dragon on the cover is a dragon that was made in, I think, Metacreation's Poser somehow, and then just manually retouched in Photoshop by me. So it's not really modeled per se the way that it looks like. It's sort of a hack on some kind of poser model. And yeah, that 6 dB per octave only using RC topology, not even inductors in there. What's happening is the RCA output stages, which is not the same thing as RC topology. RCA output stages, single-ended, unbalanced, just electrical output. And they are going through either straight into the circuit or through capacitors. So there's a bank of switches that are selecting capacitors similarly to the shift in of bits gain that I do. The capacitors are like doublings or halvings in size for the same purpose. The purpose is, if you have all the capacitors engaged up to a certain size, they've added up to a value, turn all those off, and then the next bit up, turn that one on, and you get the next step up in terms of what capacitors are doing. So the input, Biatch, I've been a musician since I was 16. Come on. And you should have that same confidence. You are a musician if this is the kind of stuff you dream about. But, and it ain't nobody headbanging at the age of 58. Sorry. That ain't happening. It's gone. But the mixer that I built was doing nothing but summing these inputs through, like with the resistors, the stacks of resistors work like this. Like a mega ohm of resistor will cut out almost all the sound because the sound can't get through it. Then if like 500K, that's half the resistance. Then 250, then 125K, and so on. And you can treat those as, and I'm not sure that I necessarily had the mathematics right for that, but you can essentially assemble a potentiometer out of switches by treating them as bits. And I think it works better for the capacitors, honestly. But what you just heard was literally the result of that. And I remember probably because I didn't have the idea of the resistances worked out properly, but it wasn't really giving me as controllable volume levels as I wanted, but I was still able to basically make it work. Like if you have these switches on, so it's this loud, and then you flip a switch that's more low bit, it will make it just a little bit louder, and that's how that worked. It was similarly to like console 0 or whatever, in that I only had so many increments of volume available, so I had to balance it like that. But then also it was much more complicated and difficult. No pots, only switches. No pots. The pots were instead banks of switches and resistors. And the thing about that is if you have lots of stuff going through parallel resistors and switches, that is actually enabling higher peak amplitude to get through the whole path of the circuit rather than a single pot. You engage more of the switches, and your overall wattage for the system that you've built kind of goes up because more is happening in parallel. It doesn't actually matter, but when you consider that potentiometers often are not very high wattage, sometimes they are, but sometimes they're not. And again, so the amplitudes, there were no pots. It was nothing but banks of switches. 8 by 8, like 64, I guess is what that would be, switches. I even still have the kind of switches, but I don't have those ones that were used because I drilled 1 million holes into a wooden board and then carved out behind so that the switches would fit, and then hardwired everything together. And it was still kind of wonky even when I did. It wasn't really perfect. But the signal would come out of the RCA jacks in the back of the LX20. It would go through banks of capacitors for, like, if you switch in only a tiny little capacitor and that's the only way for the audio to get through, that is a high pass at a very high frequency. And then you switch in bigger capacitors, you start lowering the frequency, but it's still only a 6 dB per octave filter. And then if you switch in bypass all of the capacitors, you've got all of your bass. So you have I do tend to do a lot of point-to-point soldering, yes. So you have your bank of switches that can do high passes if you had them perfectly worked out and each were twice the size of the previous, then if I'm not mistaken, you would have like 120 for 8. You'd have, 256? You could have a 256 position high-pass filter at 6 dB per octave. And if lots of the capacitors were engaged, you would have enormously high power handling. Not that you'd ever be using it, but you'd have enormously high power handling, although at the same time you would also have more noise because there are more parts in the signal path that are contributing Brownian motion to the electricity. And then after all of that, and I know it after because if you filter, you're reducing switching noise. And so I did this on purpose to make it so that I could conceivably darken it. And I still have some of the capacitors I used for this process as well. It's just been such a long time. I got a batch of polystyrene and polypropylene capacitors explicitly for this purpose. You had an entire bank that were nothing but capacitors to ground. And in this case, if you had them all switched off, there was no connection. And that was full brightness. And then you'd engage like the 100 picofarad capacitor, and that would be shunted to ground. And so you're taking the RCA output of the LX20, a digital playback device, and you're just throwing a tone control on it. But rather than being a tone control like 0.1 microfarad through a potentiometer to ground, like shelving it, rolling it off, this was banks of capacitors where you just increase the capacitance as you went. And that's what you just heard. What you just heard, and all I had at the time. Ooh, and it looks like I have room I have room full of Windows 99, but the thing is that was off of a 4-track tape deck. Room Full of Windows was off of a cassette. But some of these were off of the ADAT, and the ADAT is 8 tracks rather than 4. And yet, there were ideas that I never really finished along those lines. I got large quantities of this little tiny device that looks like a bomb that you would defuse in a video game. And then these little plastic dinguses that connect to each other. And what they are is a gray code switch matrix for like a 4-bit reconstruction of something. 4-bit, 3-bit, something like that. And it's a number that shows through a little window, and then buttons above and below. I had a whole bunch of these. I think they were poorly chosen. They didn't actually work for what I wanted them to do. But I had them. And they were along the same basic lines, with this exception. Rather than having to know what the switch flipping orientation was, or have dedicated individual switches, this was sort of a crappy, low voltage, not very reliable version of having 4 switches built into one unit. And you'd push the button and it would go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then back to 0 again. And it would set the quadruple ganged single throw switch built into this little device, because it was just a gray code printed circuit kind of thing with a bunch of little traces on it. Rather low voltage, but this is a switch, so it's still higher voltage than you'd necessarily get in a potentiometer. And if you wired resistors or capacitors up just right to it, you would, in theory, get a control where you were increasing the capacitance or the resistance in line with bringing more parts of the switch online. I'm not sure if I'm making this be clear. I'm not sure if I'm explaining it properly. But this was the same thing that I was doing with that Dragons mix. And I've got an Anima mix, which is the same deal. And very soon after I got those together, and I don't think I have marginal theorems kind of doesn't count. Marginal theorems is just, I think it was done onto the digital, but it was done onto 2 tracks at a time. of the 8 tracks. So it didn't really have extra stuff built into it. Like just as a point of reference, this is what marginal theorem sounded like. Kind of Frippertronic-y kind of thing. It builds up. Yeah, so that's the Marginal Theorems album. That was also around in '99. And all of that stuff was being mixed down through the analog mixing board that I had made with only switches and parts. So the implications of that are the implications of doing something with like limited steps of gain adjustment, kind of like Console Zero. A little more finely grained than Console Zero, but then it's not dependent upon digital because this is an all analog mixing board. But it's still switches being enabled. At some point I got to figure out what the right volume levels would be for setting that up with resistors, because I did not have it mastered at the time. It wasn't as predictable as I would have liked. But then the part that I'm missing is the part where every step after that, I never had a DAW for these things. It was always either the analog mixing board with only switches, and then that stopped being a thing after 1999 because I had gotten the Miniman Sam. And the Miniman Sam is a format converter that can convert ADAT to SPDIF. And it converted ADAT to SPDIF because it had 8 little volume controls, 8 little pan controls, and a 56-bit internal bus. So what I had going on with that like by contrast, here's Fire Dragon 02. Actually, I'm not entirely sure that is. Okay, so I had unauthorized digital remixes 03. So maybe this is also Dragons captured using the Miniman Sam. Where the peaks sit on this suggests that it was. So when I was doing the Miniman Sam, what that was essentially a DAW mix, but a DAW mix that didn't have any EQs in it. And Fire Dragon was like this. See, and I spent years trying to make that actually be good. You'll notice that unlike the version done on the analog board, this is like digital mixes. It's all spiky and the bright stuff is overwhelming because it's not being contained by anything. And I was never able to solve the dryness of all of that. differences in these things. Yep. Compared analog mix. Okay, so observe what we have seen. On the surface, it looks very similar. However, that was exactly the same part, maybe balanced slightly differently. That was exactly the same part as it was in the digital mix. This section is the digital mix. This section was the analog mix with the board that I built. Bits of it are the same. You'll notice that the peaks are getting squished very slightly compared to there's more peaks going on in the digital mix because they're completely unrestricted and uncompressed. So there's more fullness. Not only that, the zero cross meter is telling a really intense story here. On the digital mix, the zero cross meter is not going as low as it is on the analog mix. The analog mix is letting more through in terms of bass and warmth in a way that's really quite missing. So what we see here is on the analog mix, we've got a fullness happening that is not present on the digital mix at all. And the amplitude, which is the density of these dots, the analog mix is doing more of that. Partly it's because I was able to resort to EQ, but that is not a track where I was doing a lot of that. Very interesting. Very interesting to see that when I compare the 1999 analog mix of this album, and I'm sure the other tracks will show the same behavior, compared to when I first started to be remastering everything like crazy and doing stuff with it. And I don't remember at what point I moved over to the MIDI Man, but it'd be something like this. This is exactly what I would expect to see. Even when we have really bright stuff happening, there's more energy sitting around in this medium space, whereas the purely digital mix, everything just drops out and becomes only brights. We can see in the zero cross meter the same story, where in the zero cross meter, for the original mix, we've got a lot of stuff happening, even though there's a lot of brights. With the purely digital mix, it's sparser and doesn't go as deep. And the bright stuff is just off the top of the chart. It's not covering that range. And I've talked about how if you're using Airwindows meter, what you're looking to do is make kind of like dense clouds of stuff. And here we get to see a similar thing, where this is the purely digital mix. It's clipping way more. These clip indicators are firing off quite a lot. The analog mix is not clipping as much, but it is saturating everything just a tiny bit. And part of that is because in the analog mix, all these sounds are individually bright, but they're all being run through a digital to analog converter individually. Eight converters in parallel going into the mix and being summed, whereas the digital mix does not do that. Digital mix just takes the numbers and adds them together as if it was a DAW. It's adding them together at 56-bit, which at the time I was like, wow, why would I need anything else? 56-bit, that's almost too many. Who could ever need more bits than that? And clearly, this is why I kept remixing this for years and was never able to be happy with it. Is I started with this, and then everything I did to try to make it better made it worse. And now, like 30 years later, well, 20 years later, at least 20 years later, 25 years later, just about, I think, here we are, looking at what was back in 1999 when this was fresh and I had just made it. And then I immediately tried to get more out of the ADAT. Back in the day, that's what all you had was ADAT. And this is what it gave me. And this is why I struggled so hard to get it to work. And this is what's on the version of Dragons that's out there currently on the Bandcamp in a form where I took this and I applied a filter to it. When all along there was this older version that I hadn't referred to for years that was this. It's really quite something. And you'll notice it's still bright as hell. It's a techno track. There's nothing so wrong with it being as bright as hell. But look at the difference between these things. Especially as it starts going heavy and stuff. You're really seeing a very strong difference with more energy around 720 relative to the all-digital version. There's just a sparseness there. And in the literal peak meter, the digital version is distorting way more. The peaks are going substantially more bright, but they're also not saturated either. And whenever there's highs happening, everything else goes away. The zero cross meter is showing us a similar thing. In fact, there's the other band that people were talking about. And honestly, it's doing about the same thing, really, but they do read slightly differently, don't they? And there you have it. So that's very interesting. Also, obviously, the reverb was not mine. I have got a album, which also, I have an album that I did for a friend of mine who's not with us any longer, Peter Fruck. And that one has a physical plate reverb that I built on it and was also recorded on reel-to-reel tape. Not ADAT. No. Not ADAT. Reel-to-reel tape. Quarter-inch 4-track, mind you, but still. And these are all during a time when, like, I wasn't building reverbs. I had to buy them in rack mount form. I don't even remember what the reverbs were that I had. There were certainly nothing too fancy. Lexicon was too red for my blood back then. The reverb sound in Fire Dragon that you heard there, part of that is taking a synthesizer or a drum part or something like that. It would have been Alesis D4 back in the day. That's what I had. And running it into the reverb so hard it distorted. And that's one of the sounds that I had for Fire Dragon. Running into some janky old digital reverb back in the day. And running it in so hard it clipped. And that's one of the sound effects that I was using. And yeah, all of that stuff is store-bought, typically rack mount, goofy musical stuff. In the day when the DAW was starting to come out, so those things were showing up in music stores and such, was all an interesting period in time that I was around for. I was early 30s around then, doing the best that I could with what I had. So let's look through some of these things, shall we? I'm looking to update Rockstar H. Because I've not yet got around to doing that. So we'll go about doing that as best I can. I'll see what I can do. Rest of it's going to match, but everything from here on down, I need to do a bit of this work. But yeah, such an interesting thing to be digging up from old, and I tried to load these tracks onto the computer that I'm streaming off of, and the CD burner that I do backups with for certain things some of the time, it's much newer, much higher speed. Couldn't read any of these CDs. I had to go onto the literal laptop that I'm currently showing, Rockstar CPP and so on. I had to go onto this antique laptop, and its CD drive was able to read those CD recordables. Other one could not. So yeah, that's pretty close to being lost forever. It's great that I was able to find that stuff before it was lost forever. I had no idea that the very first mix I did of that stuff came out that much better than everything else. Mind you, I could still run it through some remastering, but modern day remastering rather than what I had at the time. I didn't know what I was doing at the time. It took me a long time to learn it. And yeah, if I can get this stuff done by the end of the day, that'll be good. We shall see. We can but try. I shall try. And downres, that's what we're calling it. It's the new control to be added to everything. If I get this done, I can do it for the other ones as well. Other ones, you say? Yes. Other reverbs that are not out yet. We could see about doing all of these things and getting as much to happen as I can. Some of this is superfluous. I do these things just because I can see what everything is, even when it's always the same. I don't technically even need to have any of this. It's just there so that I'll remember it if I ever need it. It can just go VSD string copy blank and none of this other stuff. But I leave it there so that I see what's going on. And let's see. And then also wanting to update this stuff. Actually, at this stage, I can probably build it and it'll be fine. There's more to do than just only that. So here's my audio unit, and here is my VST. And we're now going to make the VST match what the audio unit is doing in terms of this stuff here. I don't know what you mean by is that like a tooltip. Maybe there's one in there somewhere. This is old Xcode. So it's not unthinkable that there's a tooltip of some kind in here somewhere. see 1, 0 to 1. That's all pretty much the same as it was. So here's where we gotta come up with the DRes. And figure out how to make it work. Okay, first order of business, we call it downres rather than dres, but that's straightforward. We can do it like this. Boom, got there. Now, what else? Because there's going to be more. A little hard to see all of this. And this was tricky to make work, I remember. I don't know what you mean by labels. Did you mean when I did this? That is nothing but right-clicking. And edit all in scope, let me change everything in here. Now we're trying to incorporate some of this stuff. So which bits of this need to change and what bits of this stay the same? From Bez fraction on down, changes. Downres also is going to change. This is going to change. I moved start up here. After regen max, yep, there we go. And what becomes D, so we're good there. Get parameter label is the text that's drawn next to the control. But I can tell you what that meant. Let's go back. Let's go back and see it. All right, so get parameter name is what's written to the side of the control that you mess with it. Display draws the number. Get parameter label gets drawn to the right of the number. So for instance, if this one on the top regen was instead like tape speed, on the audio unit, you can tell the tape speed to be in EEPS by giving it a special parameter unit, defining that, and then stuff that uses generic interface will load what the parameter unit is and talk about it that way. VST is a little more primitive than that. What that's going to do is just draw whatever that is to the side of the number that you just displayed. So to the left, this, and then you have the knob slider. Then it'll draw the number, which is here. And then to the side of the number, it'll draw this if you have it. Interestingly, in some instances, it draws it so regularly that you can have that dynamically update. And I'm doing that in soft clock. Soft clock draws a number based on what your time signature is going to be. And it draws it in get parameter label. Audio units don't do that. They draw it once and then they don't update it. So you could have it be a different thing, but then you have to close the interface and open it again in order to display the new number or the new label. Whereas in the VST, you can make it dynamically update. I can quickly demonstrate that. So here's using get parameter label in VST2 in a productive way. We're not going to be opening that, are we? Instead, we're going to open up something else. Here's the bloopy thing people were talking about. And then if we're using soft clock, We won't hear it anyhow, so we might as well have used Led Zeppelin for all the difference it would make. So you'll notice we get to do this. This over here is get parameter label. So there it says BPM after param A. But you'll notice that count is drawing it twice, and that's because it's showing what the setting is, but then the one to the side is get parameter label, and that is the number you're using. So we're doing a 19 on eighth notes. So that's counting a 19. And that's counting a 23. And it counts up until you get to 10, at which point we start doing other funny things in 11. We have different accent variations on the 11. So this is counting threes. And that's counting fours. And that's counting fives. And it's an overall in 11. So we're drawing the 11 in and get parameter label here. And the tuple is drawing the number, and then the note is being drawn in get parameter label here. And triplet is just a switch. It's either 0 or 1. Technically, I could draw stuff where it would say 0 false and 1 true using the same get parameter label trick. But there we are. So yeah, so now in order to port KRockstar to VST form, what I gotta do is change that to D, and then we gotta get this code and make it be up to speed. Now I've already updated this, so see it's bes cycle plus equals downres in each time. So basically what I have to do is copy this over directly, including this goofiness, because what it's doing is it's stepping up to the point where if at full crank it's doing the frequency you wanted. Oop, there's a further change. It needs to be 48K up here. That said, everything else is the same. But then we've got to take this code, and this has to be the same here, rather than just being 1 and then clamping it. Because it's getting overall scale added to it, but not in a way that's useful. Rather than get parameter kparam C, we just use C directly. And I shouldn't have to change any of this at all. I shouldn't have to change any of that at all. Okay. So, we have 2 instances of all this. Copying from float down to while. Except for it's going to be from double down to while. And that should cover it, really. Ooh, missed something. What if... Oh, I know what's gone wrong. So, do you see what I did wrong? We didn't do this right. So if I do that, now downres doesn't exist. But then if I do this, I've changed everything in here. That's what it needed. Forgot to do that the first time around. I've done it this time. We have a build. And we might as well build this while we're at it. And K-Rockstar should be ready for next week if it turns out that that's what I end up doing for next week. We'll find out. And then I'll put these things away. And let's copy them over to here and here. And let's just test that out to see if everything worked. It should. Let's do our default settings. One thing about Rockstar, it's very transparent, so you barely hear there's anything happening. But so that's very transparent, but then we can do this. And that part still works. But then if we test it against 44.1K, we get a similar behavior, including the same size, which is the reason this update had to happen. Let me scooch some of my stuff out of the way. But you got to take it farther from 1 in order to get the 44.1K to step down. And at 1x, you're at an octave when you change speeds. And then let's try out the VST version. Here it is, K-Rockstar. That does appear to be the default settings. That's what it sounds like at 1x, or at 2x. So far so good. Test to make sure that the 1x version works. We do appear to have the new control, so that's important. Still sounds like the small hall. That's the main change, is that it needs to not be doing a half-speed hall at 44.1K. And there we are. And then if we return to the original resolution, that was the wrong knob. And there we are. Okay, Rockstar's done. Except for it's not really done. It's not really done because I have all of the VSTs to make, whether that be Windows or 3 different varieties of Linux VSTs, and I have to make all those. And all the other stuff, which I do manually because it's a pretty straightforward procedure. I just got to walk through it. So I'll be doing that for all the other variations on KRockstar. And then we'll be done with that. And that'll be cool. Yuri? Other people do that sort of thing. I do not. In theory, that's very common. In fact, there are a bunch of people out there now who are building clap first and having their build systems basically spit out AUs and VSTs and whatever else it is that they want off of building around clap as the first organization for how to do it. I don't know anything about Ableton extensions. So Yuri, the answer would be, why yes, indeed they can. I don't do that, but there are people who do. So let's look at how this compares to one of my other things. We're going to go through this folder. This folder is called Locations. It's going to have a bunch of changes that I'll need to do. But here's one. This is to be updated once the other reverb is finished so that I can make the VST version of it more quickly and easily. As such, there are some things that are consistent here and some things that are not. This is going to be the same. It's ready to go. This is going to be the same, but it's not. It's not ready to go. So we got a few changes to make here. And this is ready to go for the finished version of the audio unit reverb, which has had some decisions made about it already. All of the audio unit reverbs are going to be a more complicated thing to do. In fact, they might be so complicated that I wouldn't be able to put them out at all under their current forms, but I still need to build in this new thing so that it can be ready to work the way it needs to. Although that will become more complicated, but it's okay that it becomes more complicated because the end result is for it to not be more complicated. Clearly, I'm going to run into that thing where I'm talking gibberish the entire day. And you know what? That's fine. I do what I can. Bits of this need to be changed. Other bits don't. I don't know whether I'm going to want to do all of these like this. Maybe. It does kind of save me typing. Other parts require more in the way of pasting. Like this. Technically, I didn't need to include A. But D. And D. So it's going to get more difficult as I move onward. But you know what? That's fine. All of this will end up having the word gain replaced by the word of the reverb it's being made into. Yeah, Handel to Bach, that's one of the reasons why I'm not going to bother with any of this learn to build all of the things and then write a thing in order to make it be ported to all of the different versions. There's a couple of reasons. One, I don't trust people like that being able to make stuff like old school VSTs that work on the old systems. I don't trust that that's necessarily going to come out right. Fairly often you're running on, in particular, if you're building Apple stuff on old machines, newer build systems can't actually produce the old school components. New versions of Xcode don't contain the libraries you need. They do that on purpose over and over again. That's why I'm developing on a retro machine. So you can't actually have it produce something for a Snow Leopard or earlier on a new version of Xcode. It cannot be done. You have to do it this way. So that's what this part needed. And then there's going to be a few changes here. Let's see what this is going to need. I think I can copy from sluicing down to wet. And that will work. I think. But I do need to do an update here. And you know what? I'm also going to need to do the update here. And that ought to cover it, really. As long as I select exactly the right parts. And we should not need this, so let's remove that as well. Let's remove it here as well, if I can find it. There it is. I was using this back when I was doing smooth controls using linear interpolation. I don't want to do that anymore, so that has ceased to be a useful thing. There is no purpose to it anymore, ever. Oh, FoodMat, one interesting other observation. So you're talking about building things in order to make everything work on everything. And I have explained how that doesn't work for retro machines, and so I build stuff on retro machines. For the specific purpose of if you have like some antique Mac running a G5 processor or an antique PC, I don't know to what extent PCs run into this problem. They tend to be more backward compatible. Then things will work even on the retro machines. However, if you're talking about building stuff for running on newer machines of whatever description, that's exactly the kind of context in which you tell Claude, hey, here's this code, make it work for this plugin format that is current, exactly the way it did. That's exactly the sort of thing that something like that would be able to do properly, because you're giving, and I say properly, you can't necessarily guarantee that. Hopefully, you get what you expected. But it is at least the kind of thing where you have a new DAW with a new plugin format or clap or something like that. That's exactly the kind of context where you can give it the open source code for like the VST2 version, and the machine eats that up and spits out the other context, because the other context is just a translation of what the original thing was. Now, or an extension, or a JS extension, or the Ableton thing. These AI, Claude, and whatever, although you can't trust it to do it perfectly, it could very well screw it up. But it's the kind of thing where it at least is in with the chance at going, this is exactly what the original one did. I tend to not do anything complicated or tricky with any of it. So from this point forwards, if you have the Airwindows GitHub repo, any of those can be translated to any new plugin format pretty much trivially. Assuming, of course, it doesn't screw up the code. If it does indeed keep the code the same way that it was when I wrote it on VST2 or whatever, if it doesn't change things out from under you, then in theory, it will have done it properly. Porting to a new format is exactly the kind of thing where it's at least in with the chance of doing it right the first time and not getting anything wrong, because it's not doing anything creative. It's as if you told it, hi, this is K-Gain proc, and this is the gain plugin. Please make it so that everywhere it says gain, instead it says Rockstar, and I will do a port of my new reverb plugin that is called Rockstar. Thing is, that's just a find and replace. That's how I do it, is simply with a find and replace. So that's pretty reliable. But even if it's not reliable with the AI, there's at least a chance of it getting it right. So yeah, and if you want to go and do it manually, you can. You saw me go through the C files of these things, and some of the time I was copying things and pasting them directly, and some of the time I was coming up with a find and replace or doing a copy paste that I knew was doing that correctly. And sometimes I enjoy doing the pasting, and sometimes I will just seek, like for doing all of these variations, not just the VST version, which I'm probably going to move out of the target folder before I go at it. I'm going to come up with a find and replace that will do the entire list, because I have like 40 reverbs queued up ready to go. They're not ready. They're not done. but it's at least the framework for making them do the work. My hope is that Steinberg lets people use VST2 going forward, because it's pretty trivial for the Claudes and whatever to spit out VST2, and there's plenty of code like that out there. And my hope is that Steinberg just chills out and allows people to produce those things going forwards for like the retro world or whatever. Why just do stuff going into the future? Why not target stuff going into the past so you can make stuff in the modern age like I'm doing and then run it on antique machines? What's wrong with that? Meanwhile, we've got some work to do here. So what parts change? Here's where overall scale is. After regen max, it looks like this is the part that we change. Regen max to wet. That's what we're changing. And it should work. Looks like it would work. Let's find out. Yep. And then the same for, and got to remember to do this, otherwise it won't work. Thank you. Down here. So all I have to do is remember it twice and then we're good. So from regen max below down to wet. I'm looking at this and going, why doesn't it have everything I'm expecting to see? Though I don't know if that's realistic. Oh, I know why. The reason it doesn't have everything I'm expecting to see is because some of that is in the audio unit version that will be stripped away by the time we're done. I'll explain what I meant by that in a moment. I got to remember to do this. Well, there. Now gain proc is complete. So now we have a VST master that belongs to locations, which will make the porting to VST easier for all these other guys. But all these other guys need to go next. And they all need to be updated to what KRockstar has in it, because it's had a new control added to it. So all of that stuff has to be changed. So while we're contemplating that, I'm going to go and rinse out my coffee cup and use the facilities again, because I'm an old man and I have to go pee a lot. But it's 1 in the afternoon. It's about 4 hours left in stream. And it's a pretty track from the first mix through that analog board that I'd been talking about. So it's just a pretty piece of music to leave you with while I go and rinse my coffee cup and all of the other things that I mentioned. And I will be right back. Yeah, man, old man stuff. Alrighty. Yeah, it is kind of happy vibes, and that's Wood Dragon off of my Dragons album. And I really should, I should put this out. This should go to Bandcamp. Replace the other one I've got. I've got a version of Dragons up on Bandcamp. Anybody who gets that, they should be getting this one automatically. Figure out a way of making that happen. But I have a version of that, which is the CD version, which is a digital mix, reprocessed and loudinated. I think it is actually even possible that this has compression that I built, and I'll tell you why. Because I have the capacity, or I had the capacity back in the day of doing all of that and then making the output also drive LEDs that could illuminate a cadmium sulfide, a CDS cell, meaning it would be about the same kind of thing as, what's the name of the compressor that uses that? There's a famous compressor that uses a cadmium sulfide cell. It has a very particular response time and so on. I knew about it back in the day. It's the sort of thing that I could easily have built, and it's the sort of thing that I could have easily built and built into this mixer. All I would have had to do is have a simple amplification stage to drive the LED. And technically you don't even need an LED. What you can do is have the CDS cell and an incandescent light. And that has an even slower response time than lighting up the CDS cell using a LED. But all these things, they are doable. They are things that one can do. So it's possible that that's even a Airwindows compressor. I'm not sure. I just know that clearly there's compression in that. And I'm still a little blown away as to how well that worked in 1999. A world before 9/11. A world of innocence. When I was doing analog mixes before I had the Heritage Audio. I gotta sell off that Heritage Audio somewhere. The Heritage Audio is not getting yard saled because there are not people around here who would understand what it was. And even in partially working condition, it's worth more than $20. Oh, if that was a compressor that I built, then no, I don't have it anymore because I don't have any of that. That was the mixing board made out of switches. I'm not making that up. It was a mixing board made out of switches. Its gain control was entirely switches, and it had a low pass and high pass per channel that were also only switches. Now let's see what we can make out of this. See, now what I'm wondering is, do I want to make a whole separate file for doing this with? What do I mean by that? I mean, do I want to make a whole separate file so that I can come up with the exact correct... All of these match. They all match. Only thing different about them is that they all have a slightly different basic reverb sound. They are all a 6x6 matrix with a 3x3 for early reflections. Everything about the entire system is exactly the same except for the parameters being used. So yeah, let's option drag Abbey Chamber over to here. We'll throw it away when we're done. But we'll open this local version and then go in and change all the things that need to be changed, just like I was about to do. That means a bunch of things. All these letters now have to be updated. I'm going to do that manually, but then I'm going to do a search and replace on the entire folder with lots of text for all of the search and replaces, because it's going to have to replace many things. Everything gets changed, even if it's just a matter of all the letters being changed. They are all audio units. They are all getting a control added, but all these extra controls on the end are how I dial in the tone for each individual reverb. So it all got more complicated. And it'll be even more complicated if I fumble my way through all this. So let's try to pay attention enough to get this bit right. Here we go. Then, similarly, duplicate the one in the middle and call it downres. Because that's what remains once I these and then build them in. And you notice they're all different forms of things. They're integers and they're floating point, and they're just all different kinds of stuff. So I got to go through and update all of this stuff as I go, and hopefully by the time I'm done, it'll be time for tacos. I still don't have the taco shells I want. I went to the store looking to get the kind I like, and they still weren't in stock. Corn soft taco shells of an incredibly cheap variety, they are just out. Blank empty space in the supermarket shelf. So I'm still working on the flour-based street taco kind that I have. And it's getting old. I'm tired of them. But we do what we can, I guess. And at least this, hang on, wrong, no. At least this, all I have to do is add one on the end. Temp parameters for my trial versions. Every step of the way, there's going to be a version of this where I start from what this part is. This part's the part that's different for each one. All the other stuff is the same, but I gotta dial it in. I gotta make it work for whatever that one is. And that means everything has to have the extra parameter, and then they all get stripped to the very end. And this is the audio unit, so we don't have the parameters built in here, so that actually stays the same. So that's fine. And no, let's do all of it. Let's do all of it. We'll do all of it, and then we'll throw away the result and save the parts that changed and build them into all the new stuff. And then we'll be ready to roll. Once I'm well into the day, I am no longer concerned with talking sense. If you have questions, ask me, and I may or may not also be able to talk sense. All of this now has to get updated. See, these have indexed and stuff in there, which is all going to get stripped, but this part in the middle doesn't get stripped. So patiently go through and change it in these places. And then every single one of these parameters now must be incremented. But once I change all the other ones with the search and replace, we'll be good. Until that time, life is pain. Or at least it will be if I forget parts of this or get them wrong. Pretty sure it's just the 3 spots. Yep. Param E. Here's F, which now is the first indexed. See where it says min value, max value? That actually doesn't have the letter on it, so I don't have to change that. More indexed. The default value will be updated as well. Handle Tubok. Try out Airwindows K Cyber City. That should give you an idea of what these are going to be like. K Cyber City will give you an inkling. I. Stomach grumbling. I'm going to be really hungry by the time it's dinner. Part of my process for not being able to pay bills is buying less food. And it's doing decent things for my general sense of fitness and health. But it does mean I'm going to be grumblier. And it probably also contributes to being more frustrated, but I'm willing to go with being more frustrated because it motivates me to build and do stuff. So that doesn't frighten or worry me. Okay. That should be what this needed. And I can cross-reference a little bit. Let's make sure this was right. If it was right, there will be a correlation between F and H being integers. They're timers. So F and H need to be integer. F is indexed. H is indexed. So we're good. We got there. I'm going to be copying and pasting that into every successive plugin in the folder. That is good advice, Handle to Buck. Being mindful when you eat is wise. That is good advice. This stuff all stays the same. This changes. Here we are. Don't actually need this open anymore. Do need that open. So this is the Rockstar build, meaning it's already been stripped of all the extra controls, but what we have here has to also take into account the new control. So we're going to have a complicated set of updates here, but including it also has to have downres instead of where it says dres. Yikes. Okay, not shouting. Boom. Now let's see how different these lines were. Okay, so start's going to move up here. Let's try doing this in a methodical sort of way. So regen max, then int start. Start retains its letter, and then downres is going to be this code instead. And then after that we get bez fraction, and then we get a bunch of the other things, and all of these have to change their letters now. That stuff doesn't change. This does. We use this code for it. What becomes D, and everything after that point goes up one letter. And overall scale needs to change. If I don't remember that, I'm boned. Let's see to it that I remember that. Boom. That now incorporates the down-res control. This now needs to be D, and every successive one has to go along. This, however, is fairly straightforward at this stage. That ought to do it. The actual operating code for making the sounds didn't need to change at all, because it already included a downres. We just weren't using it. Technically, Handel Tabak, I already only eat breakfast and dinner and snack on food during the day when not actually dinner. Although that's evolved. Back in the day, I would eat something like a sort of gorp that I made out of Blue Diamond chocolate almonds, which is more like a cocoa powder really than any chocolate coating, and chocolate chips, and sometimes I want to say dried cherries, but they weren't actually dried. They were like raisin-style cherries. And for a while, I would make that and snack on it, and it was far too sugar-laden. And then I did peanuts and raisins, and typically like dark chocolate chips. And then I abandoned that because that was still too sugar-laden. And now I just keep around peanuts. And for the purposes of adding stuff to the snack, I add this form of nutritional yeast that they make. So that's even better. You should read the code for the most recent BESIQ. That's better. Oh, no, that's template code. All of my stuff has that. All of my stuff has that line for VST. Right, so if I save this, then we're good. In fact, it should build. Since it's the audio unit, it doesn't build the first time, but the second time it does. And in fact, I can even test that. Let's. And we've copied that stuff from KRockstar, so I shouldn't need KRockstar anymore. This is now the template for changing everything in locations. This is locations. I've already updated VST master next to it. And then I got to run a search and replace for everything in here gets the changes that were done here. But the first thing that I can do is see whether it worked. Because if this doesn't work, I won't want to have that propagated through so that all of them have the same buggy, messed up code. Novation Summit is a little bit too sustainy for this, I think. Let's load up literal fender roads. Oh, and I'm forgetting. I think I'm forgetting. Did I forget? I did not forget. For that reason, there should be an audio unit version of that plugin. They're available to be used if I did my job right. There is an audio unit version of that there to be used, and it has the new control. Let's find out right now whether that was true. That's the one. It has it. Here we are. I'm pretty sure we ended up having the noise and stuff be a lot more chilled out. This gets overwhelming. Mind you, we seem to be able to get away with a lot of this. But wind needs to be a lot more laid back. So this is appropriate to be set using the roads. And this gives us a degree of texture that is heightened with full regen, and that I'm going to need to dial in for each one of these separately, because we do not end up having them all acting this chaotically. But here how we're getting very different textures. That's because that's modulating the regen, and it's part of the fundamental sound of each reverb to get it to work appropriately. So the way I go about it is finding the right texture, which is kind of designed around how high the wind is meant to be at any given place. Timer is also set by how large the space is and how big the space is. And then I dial it back until it's an appropriate amount, even at max regen. And this ends up giving us a coloration, a texture that is similar to earlier versions of K-Guitar Hall. And the Rhodes is a very appropriate way of setting it, because it's so revealing. And again, this is Abbey Chamber. So hopefully set this one up properly and I'll be able to get into that zone of doing a classic Beatles simulation in plugin. People are talking about diet. That worked. Rest of this stuff we're not doing anything with yet. It'll be interesting to see what happens when we're fooling with nonlinearity in a chamber. So that's largely a positive nonlinearity. Getting into a sort of an 80s jam. And we can also do the literal opposite. But we don't need to do that because we have answered the main question of, does the new plugin build and work? And I'm going to say, yep, the new plugin builds and works. So now I can copy it over to every single other example in locations. And hopefully that will work and be a thing. And we can lose the build folder because this is not actually to be kept. And we can open this up because now it's time to move over to copy and paste land. And in fact, we can shut Xcode down now because this is all going to be done in Text Wrangler. Oh, they ought to. We're not fooling with any of these. These are all going to come out and be a thing. All of that stuff. Some of them are very classic, like they're basically, many of them are designed around being optimal reverbs first, and then selected for what they resemble second. So like Sound City was not designed to be Sound City. Sound City was designed to be the optimal possible reverb. And then it just happened to come out in such a way where I made an association with, this is kind of vibing like the Sound City room. There's things like Hitsville, which same deal. I don't remember I think Hyperspace is one of the really small ones. Some of these like Emotive are not so much a big hall as a tight ambience with particular characteristics going on. But they're all going to take the same updates here. Now, what I don't know is whether I can do what I can do with the modern version of this program with this old version of this program. And signs point to, yes, I can. It doesn't really quite understand the changes that were made, but it is in with the chance in terms of what's been the fact that it has been changed. This is designed for making the one become like the other, one file at a time. That's not what I'm going to do. And see, that's different now. And that's different now. And that's different now. But they're all within the same basic space. So what I'm looking to do is take a single find and replace and cover all these bases at once. In this case, it should be possible to do that in one go. Oh, listen to my stomach go, man. Starvation! Not really. So what we're going to do is start from here. Let's start with parameters. And let's go to the close a bracket after parameters. Copy that. Not any of this, because this is going to be different each time. But all this is going to be the same. So if we go for a find, we can paste all that in. Then parameters to for any curly brace after the entire package, but before this part. Boop. And that contains all of our changes. E13 becomes F13. And recent folders is already selected to be the one that I need. So now what we're going to do is replace all. Hi, why are there only 8? That's worrying. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound, let's go and do all the rest. What's going on? That it's only got some of these and not others. Well, atrium is not included, so now let's see what atrium had. This apparently is slightly different. Oh, I do also need to, oh, wrong place. Bear with me. This is apparently different, and it's not supposed to be. So what did I miss? Some form of change that made it not get all of these. That at least, it successfully did it for a bunch of them, meaning that it's not going to do it again. So we're changing this stuff up here. Oh, I know. I bet it's position. Position was 1, but here position is 0.75. That's different. Mind you, it won't hurt it to have this be overwritten and become 1, but I bet that's it. That's going to be it. I don't know how that got by me. Parameters down to this bit. Copy. Here's what we search for, but this time we're searching for the variation where param b is 0.75. I bet that gets all the rest of them. Close. because we're going to be updating it. And again, recent folders, locations, replace all. Let's see if it gets all the rest. Boom, got there. That's going to be literally all the other ones. I don't think there are any further variations. 27 instances plus however many there were before. I bet that's going to be about it. But there's one way that I can find out. I can find out like this. Oh, why is that looking weird? What do you think you're doing? If this line of text is anywhere within locations, there will be one that I missed, and I'll need to go in and do it again. But I bet there's not. Find all. Boom. Got there. I don't think there was anything further in here because it's not a VST, so I don't have to have the number, by which I mean letter. So here we probably have a more direct scenario. We got to tack on param j, and then we got to change all of the ones lower down where it can say whether it's generic or whether it's indexed. So here's the one we're going to change. Here's where it only says param I, and I'm going to have it say param I and then also param j. Weird how it's wrapping it, but whatever, you do you. Close that, and then let's replace all of them. That's not a multi-file find and replace. Let's see if it remembers. Yay, it remembered. Okay, recent folders, locations, replace all. And there's our 35 new reverbs ready to go, and that would be literally all of them. I mean, I can visually compare them. That said, I don't see why I should need to. I'm content with assuming that that's enough. Okay. Onwards. Let's do this entire section, because a bunch of these need to be changed now. Back into the breach. Firstly, the stuff that gets changed, and then the stuff that it gets changed to. Okay, next. Got that done at least. Right. Copy from. Oh, back there. You annoying, wildly scrolly thing, you. Please don't scroll as hard as all that. And let me select what I want to select. Thank you. All right. Slower. All the way down to J, but before default. Copy. Multi-file, let's do this time. Boop. Look, it color codes it and everything. That would be very thoughtful if I cared. Then paste down to the new. It scrolls so rampantly. Why is it so out of control? It's making my life more difficult. There. That's the part I need to copy. Paste. And if I scroll up a little bit, H break above that is indexed, but above that is generic because it's a change. Into locations, replace all. Should say like 35 or so. Boom. Yep. Exactly 35. Cool. Cool. Yeah. I'm actually not above ice cream. I just get a particular kind. There's a local place called Walpole Creamery, and they do a extremely over-the-top awesomeness ice cream, which is much heavier in fat content rather than just relying on sugar. And it is the bomb. So good. Jess, you might have a point. Maybe it's having too much coffee that is making my stomach grumble too much. Yeah, no, not until taco time. It's only 2 in the afternoon. I got another 3 hours or so to go. Ben & Jerry's is not literally from my town, but it is from my state, Vermont. Okay, got this part sorted. One more. Let's open this back up again. Here's what I copied from. This part wasn't changed at all, but all of this, including I'm going to have a big find and replace here. You know why? Because everywhere it says DRes, it needs to say downres. And that's a big change. But if I'm not mistaken, literally all of this is the same for each of these. So I can not unreasonably do a giant find and replace. And that will build in the change that I'm making where it says downres instead of dres. So what we can do is literally, no, we can't start there. We can't start there because we have to include this stuff here. But what I can do is go from overall scale on down, because that will include where it has to change the 44.1 to 48 in order for the downres to even work. Otherwise, I would simply have to remember it and change it 35 times. And homie, don't play that game. And it can't go as far up as this because there's going to be a different name for it each time. But yeah, you know a funny thing about ice cream style things? I have found a really economical way to make those, and you could probably go even better. But if you like ice cream style foods that have some sugars and sweetness to them, and you're okay with like scraping the top edge of it off with a spoon, you can get the most economical frozen noms by getting like a bunch of bananas, like 6 bananas, and half a thing of frozen orange juice concentrate. You could even use less than that or not even use it, but I like including it because it has some vitamin C to it and stuff. So what you do is you get your 6 bananas and you put them aside until they've just about gone off, as if you were making banana bread with them. And then put them in a big bowl with some kind of potato masher or something and smush them until they are basically a goo. Theoretically, you could use some kind of food processor or whatever, but I can just smush them using a kind of piston. And once the bananas have been reduced to basically a really thick liquid, pour about a half a thing of because part of this is for being economical. Pour half the thing of the frozen orange juice concentrate in there, mix it up. If you want, you can add other things. Like I can add ginger or stevia, or there's an emergency vitamin C supplement that's raspberry flavored. You can add a packet of that. And you mix it all up together. So it's mostly just liquefied bananas because they got kind of overripe. And then you squish them until there was no solidity left to it. Oh, you can also, I just, in the most recent version of it, I added a tiny bit of turmeric so that it has a slight yellowness to it to make it just say banana a little bit more. Pour that into jars and freeze them. It's very little trouble to make. If you wanted to make a really good ice cream style thing out of it, you'd get an ice cream maker and you'd get a bunch of ice and salt and make the salt mixture and have the ice cream maker running inside the chilled container and so on, and have it continue agitating it so that it didn't form ice crystals to make it completely solid. But I just make it completely solid and scrape it with a spoon as if it was like Italian ices. And it's completely awesome. And buying bananas, at least where I'm at, buying a thing of bananas is not expensive. It's like a couple of bucks for 6 of them. And the orange juice concentrate is more expensive, but it's not as expensive as buying an actual thing of ice cream is. And yeah. Ooh, also, Jas, the Walpole Creamery stuff I have is super premium, very high fat. It's not using coconut or palm oil or any of that stuff. It is full on high quality. And yeah, Grens, if you try that thing with the bananas sometime. If you like bananas and would like an ice cream like thing, then you take overripe bananas and just squish them up or whip them or beat them or whatever it is that you do to make them into a sort of jelly-like substance, and then put that in the ice cream machine. It comes out pretty awesome. I'm making that on the regular now. I'm keeping it around permanently because it's a way, because I add the orange juice concentrate to it. And it's concentrate rather than just orange juice because it needs to be like thicker and more intense to be good. But I don't have to use an entire container of orange juice concentrate. I'm just using like half a container, and I thaw it, and then I use as much as I want, and I put the rest back into the freezer again and refreeze it, and it keeps nicely that way. And it adds a nice little orangey zing to the mostly bananas, and the bananas give it that ice cream like consistency, except for it's frozen a little bit harder. But then you said that you have a proper ice cream maker. That's all you would need. All you would need is to put it in an ice cream machine and freeze it using that. It'll going around, and that will stop it from building up the solid ice crystals to make it really hard and unpleasant. Instead, it will become a proper ice cream like consistency. Ooh, that sounds good. You know something? Back in the day, Ben & Jerry's had an ice cream flavor that was so good that it was all I wanted from them, and when they discontinued that flavor, I stopped getting Ben & Jerry's. Even though they're a Vermont company and all that, and that part is all fine and good. They had a flavor called creme brulee. And creme brulee is like an egg cream with burnt caramel on the surface. And yeah, man, Ben & Jerry's creme brulee. I should tell Walpole Creamery about that. Maybe they would make it for me. They've recently bought a pear sorbet recipe. Maybe they would be willing to bring out creme brulee again. I don't know. They're trying to sell the company. And if they do that, I assume that they'll be gone forever. But as long as they're still there, maybe I'll bring it up to them. Be like, hey, did you realize that Ben & Jerry's had this flavor back in the day that was awesome? If you can do that, I'll buy 4 tubs of ice cream instead of 2 every week. And then I'll not eat any other food. I'll just totally eat it. There's one way of doing it. Like, if you're taking in the number of calories and you're just not eating any real food, I suppose you can do that. It's not how that would go. In fact, I'd probably just stop eating the Acapulco cocoa and I would just only get their creme brulee. Oh, you can make the real creme brulee. Cool. Anywho, let's do our find and replace and finish this process, and we can move on to whatever else we can do. It's going to be overall scale literally on down. So this time, the fact that it's scrolling too fast is fine. Copy. So pleased to be finding all of that. Again, if I scroll all the way to the bottom, then it doesn't matter that it scrolls so damn fast because I don't actually have to stop. Overall scale on down for the target. And in theory, that should work just fine. Paste. There's our end result. That's what it should do. Locations, replace all. It should give me 35. $34. Okay. Who's the Joker? Which one didn't get replaced? And why? Well, I'm looking at the list. Let's reference Finder. Abbey chamber, atrium, barn, basement, bedroom, bell chamber, boardroom, cavernous, cedar panels, clear hall, deep forest, deep hall, detailer. Ooh, why is dry room not included? Emotive engine room, glass hall, Hitsville, hyperspace, levee, little chamber, luxury, mansion, monastery, opera house, Hillsmith Hall, town city, stone room, studio B, subway chamber, sunset, velvet, warehouse, and woodshed. Okay, I got almost all of them. Dry room is some kind of exception. What's up with you that you were not the same? Rest of it's the same. Maybe I have a different comment in there or something. But this stuff is still, this is not supposed to be different. This is supposed to be the same. I could dig through here and try to find what the difference is, or I can manually do the missing one. This one. Overall scale on down. The target is the one that I just copied back, so theoretically, if I was able to paste that into the find and replace thing, I can also paste it here. That looks very similar, but if I go up to the top and it says 48K, I'll know that this is the current one. That still looks the same. But it is 48K. Boom. And that can now go away because it is merely a duplicate of the other one now. They're both the same. So, and then this gets to go back to there. There. Whew. Okay, it's only 2 in the afternoon, but I have now succeeded in doing this. It's ready for when I bring out more reverbs. They've all been updated to the new hotness. Now, what else can we add to the list of things to do? We've got Rockstar Dynamics and BezEQ done. Do I have a VST version for DRes4? Seems like that might be good. Maybe let's get DRes4 ready. Then even if I don't have Console X generic version done by the end of this week, I'll have 4 updated plugins ready for being able to release if I've got all the VST versions done. So let's get in here and see how well I'm doing with DRes4. Clearly not as ready as I thought. So here's the question. Do we keep this basic and simple? By which I mean, we've got the downres factor. We've got bright and basis, and that gives us the sort of band limiting factor. I have not surrounded it with all manner of other stuff for being like, here is the synthesis for making it act like you're overdriving the output stage. It doesn't have any of that. It is just very basic and simple. I feel like that might be good. Not thinking you wish you had a verb that sounded like X or Y? The idea is to have these be doing a job rather than cloning somebody else's object. So let's see, if I'm going to do this, it's going to be what am I hearing? What am I hearing? Hi there.
Electric Bills Falls Water Department.
We're from the water department. We're putting,
What you do?
adding readers to all the houses, radio readers.
Yeah, I thought I heard something happen.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It was, I think it went out in the water bills that we're gonna be doing this, that's why we're not knocking on every door. But,
Well, I mean, I get town water, so that's good.
yeah,
Well,
this
thanks.
is just how we read your water meter now.
All right.
That is,
Is it
technology works.
back your wire or is it?
No, that looks like it's cable.
I was already here.
Yeah, it looks like it's cut off though. Definitely not hooked to anything.
Huh. I did not notice this either.
Yeah. Don't know where it
I
goes.
think it got painted when I got there.
You're right.
Yeah,
let's get
oh, what's this doing here?
Extra.
My internet is certainly working because I'm literally live streaming today.
Nice.
And interrupted my screen by going, what's happening? Because I can tell something is happening to my literal house.
Is that right?
Now I know.
There you go.
Now I know.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's okay. They're used to it by now.
Now you can tell what's going on.
I will.
All hooked out here.
Yeah, you can come in and say hi. You're probably not gonna do that.
All right.
Cheers.
Have a good day.
Man, I tell you, if it ain't one thing, it's another. That was literally the Bellows Falls Water Department coming to bolt a electrical water reader meter thingy, like a remote water reader, to my literal house. So what I was hearing was literally people screwing things into the side of my house. But I get town water. And they did send out a notice, which I think I probably saw. I think I read that saying, oh yeah, we're going to add a remote reader thing to your water thing. And I'm like, okay, sure, you go ahead. That's them doing it. Wasn't too much trouble. And they were perfectly nice. So I went out and I greeted them. And they're off to add, this is, I think we're a nice enough town that they are not going to run into armed response from some of the neighbors, but it's still very disconcerting. When you live in a place, presumably even if you're in an apartment or whatever, but you probably don't take it as personally if you're in an apartment, it weirds you out. Like, it would, only thing I can think of that would be worse, or not worse, because this was not that bad, it was fine, but only thing that would be more alarming, I think, is if somebody took a saw to the wall of your house. Imagine that. And you hear it coming through your literal wall. That would be wild. That's not what this was. This was them bolting a, like, Wi-Fi or something meter reader, and I get town water, so that's legit. They just got to measure it. It's easier for them to measure that way rather than running over to go and read the meter. But yeah, that's the kind of thing. It's like, thank goodness. I'm glad that I've just been through that whole dumpster business where I'm like waiting for them to deliver and trying to get a hold of, and then getting the dumpster and filling it and trying to plan for doing a yard sale and getting them to pick it up and not picking it up, and like so much of all that it seems appropriate to turn around and be interrupted by this happening, and have enough practice with stepping outside and talking to people that I can step outside and talk to the people and go, hey, what's going on? Oh, I could literally, they're wearing like Bellows Falls Water Department shirts. So it's like, yeah, this is who these people are. Anyway, let's move on to this. I was in the process of deciding that I was done, that we don't need anything further. DRes 4 can have the downres and then 2 controls, and it just takes what you give it. So you got to do your own gain staging. If it has a gain staging issue, you will just run into that gain staging issue. It takes what you give it. That means I have only 3 controls here. That was basically the question I had in mind, was do I need more controls than that? I think point cycle, point A and point B don't actually need to be made into left and right versions, but the VST version of this is going to take a left and right version. And yeah, it's good for them doing it every... I think it would be very scary for them to be trying to do that in the middle of the night. You don't want people screwing things into the side of your house in the wee hours of the morning. That would be deeply disconcerting. But yeah, and it's not time for tacos everywhere just yet, but it's coming along. An hour and a half and I get to defrost my foods. Let's move onwards and maybe play with DRes a little bit while I'm at it. In fact, I can run an effect stack in Twisted Wave, and then we can demo what DRes 4 would sound like on even things like AC/DC. And if I run the content hide, then it should do a pretty good job. And that will be a way of hearing what it's like with the quote-unquote sampler on vinyl record material. I think that's likely to be worth checking out. So I will do that once I finish doing this. Ugh. Don't mind me, it's been a rough couple of weeks. This week at least, I will get to not have anything dramatic going on Wednesday, to the best of my knowledge. I don't think anything is going on Wednesday. So for a change, I get to have a day where I just, I don't know, possibly go and do my work. I might actually just continue doing stuff, but I'll get to do at least something and not have it be super challenging. And then I'll come back on Thursday and we'll do more of the programming. I've actually got some ideas that I want to do with that video game counterpart. It's just a question of at what point should I start walking through the whole process of like, hey, let's put this on Steam. Let's put this on Steam for like $5 and act as if it's running like a normal game and see what I can get out of that. And I don't expect anything from it, but it's like I can at least put it out in the context of being like it's an actual game. No doubt nothing useful is going to happen from that, but I can walk through all the processes that people do. And the nice thing about that is if I do that, I'll know how some of that stuff works. So if other people are making video games in Godot, I'll be able to tell them what to do then. Around like, oh yeah, this is what I had to do when I put up this download here and I put that there, and then this is what I had to do in order to make the Windows version and so on, and this is a Linux version, and this is the Mac buildable, and this is how I had to do the signed binary and so on and so forth. There's bound to be lots of stuff like that, and there's no reason I shouldn't walk through it. In some small way get paid for walking through it, but only like $5 a pop because it's a toy. It's a video game toy. But I should be able to put out Counterpart and see what it's like, for instance, on Steam. I think Steam is a download service. I think you can buy stuff off of Steam and then you upload it and use them as the fulfillment process. So I would like to try that. It's been a long time since I've dealt with any of those things. I won't actually have as many costs with releasing games because it'll be a very glancing blow. Like there's probably, I'll pay whatever it is that Steam wants you to pay for doing it, but I don't have to pay Apple for the signing because I already do. And I won't have to do any marketing or advertising because I won't. I'm not doing any of that stuff. It won't be worth it. So yeah, I'd like to walk through that process. That's going to take some time and attention. I'll see how it goes. But it's also the kind of context where probably I can go to like a Godot Discord server or whatever, and people will be eager to go and look up how Claude says to do it and tell me. Oh no, I'm not paying for Azure to sign. I see plenty of people doing the Windows code signing, and it's a mess. In my plugin developer circles, I see what people are dealing with in terms of going up against Windows code signing. It's a mess. I'm not sure I can even get that done as a solo developer. And if I do, they're like asking you to mail physical birth certificates places and stuff. It's messy and crazy. And I'm not interested in dealing with Windows on that level. Not when people are leaving Windows for Linux. I ain't going there. I pay Apple for that. I don't trust Windows to be able to do it properly. I mean, Windows is being all just taken over by AI anyhow, so their stuff is just going to break. Why should I go to the trouble of doing code signing with them when they're just going to break and make it become a wreck? I'll just live with, like, if I can't release on Windows properly, then so be it. I release VSTs on Windows. I'm pretty sure even Consolidated, Bacon Paul's Consolidated, isn't Windows signed. A lot of people aren't going along with that. They're not in a good position to demand that and expect that people will listen. Anyways, here is my new DRes. And there we are. Ooh, looks like point A and point B are stereo. Okay. Well, point cycle, however, is not. So point A and point B are. Do I? Yes, I think I do. I think I want to update these to reference left and right as needed. That should be fairly straightforward, though. Here's what we need. Don't need anything further. And we go up to where they're being defined. And then we go back to the H file. Even before building. And having done that, we should be good. And now it telegraphs that it is a left versus a right thing. Build. Got there. And it should be pretty straightforward to do the VST version, so that's coming next. But not before I drag that to the desktop. Let's do that. Latest version. This goes over to here. We get one of these out and proceed to make it be the new thing. Going to be doing that for the console versions as well, but there's a lot of work to happen before then. That's probably going to be Thursday. Probably going to have all this stuff be built into console X3 in Thursday. Oh, 4, not 3. God. What am I thinking? But first, let's do the thing I was telling you about. Effect stack. Airwindows DRes 4, there it is. What's your preset? There's your preset. And then a little content hiding. There. Now I should be able to play this all day long without getting in trouble. I think my current version of Content Hide does it more often, but still. Okay, so here's some more sparse than I'm used to, but still. Actually, hang on. Stop. Is that true? Let's find out. It's very trivial for me to update this if I need to. It's probably going to be in the CPP file. If I go and look at my desktop, I can see whether I changed my local version. April 1st, 2024. I could believe that is a day that I updated that. Baby edit. Okay, so far that looks the same. Yeah, that's the same one. Could it be that the unsigned version is the one that I'm using? Could it be that the VST version is the one that I'm using? If so, it would be presumably the signed. Let's go and find out. Do I have an updated version of specifically the VST? Ah. That's not the same as the other. Interesting. Alrighty. On the other hand, that looks like it's going to be making it... Okay. Well, let's do this update and see what it gives me. Some bits of it are the same. I believe what I'm going to get is a slightly longer window doing this. And let's see, 50,000 versus 100,000. Plus Randy plus 3. And those are the changes. So I'm pretty sure what I'm doing is I'm using the VST version and it is slightly different information than before. Got to build it twice, it's the audio unit. I'd like to get all of my old hard drives together and see how many of them I can read. It's possible there'll be something useful in there. Meanwhile, long as we're doing the component file, we've just updated that a little bit. This should be closer to what you hear on the Forbidden Music. I know I went and I updated it to make it so that it gave me slightly longer windows and slightly more of them. And that should be reflected in what we hear now. So recent, DRes4, content ID, rolling. Yeah, it's a little more. So again, we're not actually hearing much of this. I can play one of my tracks for that. And this is not sampled. Sampled. Kind of dark too. Nice and beefy sounding though. Let's brighten it. And let's brighten that. Not sampled. Okay, that's very bright. What if we crank it all the way up, or almost all the way up? Not sampled? Sampled. Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting that old sampler vibe. In fact, we can go way darker. And it does have that nice solidity going on. There's a beefiness going on in there, which is really working for me. So granted, I've now just demonstrated that on a content hidden track, so we didn't get busted for it. But I can also do it on a track of my own where I don't have to play those games. Enable the sampler. Ooh, it got way the heck louder. Okay. Then we filter it and it got quieter again. thing about it is you get a lot of beefiness out of the bass, which, considering that this one is already extremely beefy, it's gone too far. That said, it's fine. The stuff that I'm throwing into it is already over-loudinated anyway. That does sound awesome, Grins. Discord probably is the biggest freaking spyware. It's just weird community stuff. It's like IRC is probably also spyable-onable. It's always about the people and never about the actual platform. What else shall I play? How about a undesirable drum track? I don't remember everything this was doing, but I'm pretty sure it was bad. Yeah, so this is not an impressive sounding drum track. It's overheads, which I don't do those anymore, but this is an overhead sound. Yeah, it does get into that zone, doesn't it? Yeah, you can hear where the step is more easily on bright. If you just only do down res, on something like this, you barely hear a difference. And I bet that's not the case for some other kinds of sounds. Such as, here's the guitar sound. I bet we're going to hear it kick in more obviously. So first bypass. Okay, let's get really frisky with this. That's a pretty gnarly guitar sound. Crunchy. It's got a bristly edge on it. I definitely have a tendency to volume boost through this, which makes me think it wants an output volume trim. Don't know if I have a beefy hip-hop beat. I'll find out. We can try Rise Original Drums. I'm not sure that counts as a beefy hip-hop beat, but it's the sort of thing I was testing it on. This is why I did this sort of boost gain compensation in here. So if you take this kind of sound, we can make it be beefier and chunkier just by doing that. And we can make the hats go chunkier like this. Yeah, I don't know if I have what you describe. What I do wonder so this is what I'm wondering. This would be more beefy in the sense of it's loudinated. It's made to be louder. And the thing is, if I do this, what I end up getting is, you'll see on the meter over here that once it kicks in, if I turn it on, rather than just going up to the max, we're clipping by like 3 dB. This is why I was thinking in terms of being able to pad it. And I think that's probably wise. Because this has the beefy, solid thing going on. But because of where the bass sits, we're just further emphasizing the lowness of the bass. Yeah, because it already was. It already was basically low retro tones. What do I also have? I mean, we could just throw Alien Kittens. That's heavy. How much does this overdrive? Back to our defaults. Okay, that's not actually overdriving that hard, but I bet it will. Shut it off and the hi-hat comes out. Turn it back on. And the kick gets better definition is what happens. So yeah, what I'm seeing here is that I'm going to need to put a output trim on because of the fiddling around with slight boosts in there. So I deleted everything a bit too quick, but it's fine. We'll go back in here. We'll dig it up. It's among our most recent things. God, excuse me. 3 hours. It's 2 hours before I get to have dinner and then go to bed. We deleted all of our stuff a little bit too early. I need to add a param D so that we can have an output trim. I don't like the idea of having there be dry wet. This is not the type of effect that I see in that direction. But this is our last moment for building that in just because people run around demanding it all the time. I don't like the idea of a dry wet on this. And maybe I'm being unreasonable. That said, it's not necessarily that simple. Did I have a dry wet on DRES 3? I think that's a fair question. Will I be arbitrarily stripping out functionality, or are we keeping things about the same? I did have a dry wet on DRES 3. See, on this one, on DRES 4, I need an output trim. On DRES 3, I had a dry wet. I don't like the idea of the dry wet. How about DRES 2? What do we got there? This is the time to look. That also has a dry wet. And various other things besides. What about the very first? Ah, okay. The very first one did not have that. DRES 2 and DRES 3 both use a dry wet. We're making DRES 4. DRES 4 is going to have an output trim because the way that the bass gets sort of emphasized there goes forth. Okay. So what I'm seeing here, see, you guys are going to get in trouble later. People are going to be like, you're the ones who talked him into it. Grenz and Foodmat both agree with me that if this is going to act like a sampler, we do not have a purpose for having a dry wet in there. Output trim, yes. Output trim, that is actually relevant. I instinctively don't want there to be a dry wet, and it turns out that in the original DRES, which is a bit crushed but also a res, it didn't have one. Okay, I'm sold. I didn't want a dry wet. I don't want a dry wet. But we're going to have the output trim because we're just going to say, hey, it defaults to 1, but this sampler is so powerful. It's got such gutsy bass, it's so powerful. Why would you even want a dry wet? When you engage it, everything sounds bigger and also much darker. But everything sounds bigger. So let's go about it like that. That's the watchword here is you get a output trim. It will be called output because that's traditionally what I call output trims. And the sampler is so powerful and filled with mojo that you have to pat it down sometimes, or it will overdrive everything. I'm liking the feel of that. So it's like, why would you want a dry wet when you have the most monstrously powerful retro sampler sound that technically doesn't even do low bit? Oh yeah. I have Grenz's ice cream machine. There we go. Who needs anything more? You're going to need to try out that banana idea that I told you about. I'm sure it would work. Like, if I can just take bananas and put them in the freezer, like you mush them up first so that it's a liquid puddle of banana. with no other, you don't actually have to do a damn thing. All you got to do is take bananas and let them become almost overripe. Not necessarily puddles of brown goo, but like maybe spots of brown goo inside when you open them up. And the stems have gone completely black, and the thickness of the peel is like almost nothing, and it's all kind of fragile and ready to come apart. Yeah, let it get to that level of overripe, which is about the same level of overripe for making banana bread with. Just smush it up and put it in the freezer, man. Seems to work great. And I bet if you put it in the ice cream maker and froze it that way, you would get texture as well as a delicious treat. And you don't have to add sugar because it will already have it. But I do like adding the orange juice concentrate, because that is actually also adding sugar, but it also adds a little bit as it excuse me. Okay, params 4. I'm also interested in hearing what that track sounds like once I run it into the default settings, and then hear what it sounds like as it's hyping up the bass, which is already overly hyped up. Because when I pad it back down again, then I will be able to hear what that sounds like without clipping. Currently, I'm hearing it with a little bit of clipping in there, which seems unreasonable. So there we go. A little more and we'll be ready to go. And then we'll make the VST, and then maybe, well, there's 2 hours of stream left. I mean, if we want to get really funny, we could fire up Counterpart, play with the video game. If people are excited for that, we've done enough plugin work that it's advertised as it's a plugin making day. It's been a plugin making day, but I could end it with Counterpart. That would be legit. Who could blame me? And I have specific ideas about making Counterpart more of a game. So that could be good fun. Let me know if you're good for that idea. For MD. And we'll add this at the very end. And then we built this into the very end. Ooh, and I always like not running code unless I have to, so we're going to do this. Technically, I don't need those brackets there. They'll be easy enough to add for the VST. Build that, and we're good. We've now added that output level stage, meaning I now get to hear what that sounds like. Beg your pardon? What's that about? Oh, I'm in the wrong place, that's why. Might as well let it finish doing its thing. But then we are going to... I was in the wrong folder. Let's not delete that. Jeez. Let's delete that. This is the folder that we just built. We'll do it again for good measure. I very nearly deleted the project file for dres original eek. Don't want to do that. That didn't have any changes to make. Option, drag to desktop, replace the previous one with the new one with the output level control, put that into components, replace the older one with the newer one with the output level control. Run over to here, delete whatever the hell was in trash. Scooch down here to the one that was distorting and let's pat it. And let's hear what that sounds like. I'll even turn it up real loud. Boom, now we get an output level. Oh man, I need to turn it back down again. We've got a kind of warble on the deep bass from going through this. Neat. If it actually looks different as well as sounds different when I do this. Yeah, so that's... Well, here's what I can do. I'll take it right down 6 dB and then we'll normalize it and then we'll look at what it did. If you take it 6 dB down, we know that it's not going to saturate. We're at defaults. And here's what the new bass mode looks like. So we got a real rumble going on. So here's what our waveform looks like at this depth. Looks pretty gnarly. There's some real weight going on there. And then if we look at the raw version, it's not quite the same, is it? We got a certain amount of added lows, whereas that's much evener. Let's check that assumption. Let's check that assumption in a rather special way. by comparing the two directly. We got kind of an extra rumble. And of course the hi-hats completely disappear on the new one. Good enough, I would say. Ooh, What do we get out of this little oddness? Does this do anything interesting? Full output. So raw. And what if we just down-res it? It gives us a real lows to it. Parallel process and stack them? Stack them would be series. That said, I have a stack control here. So we can indeed stack them. It doesn't do that much, does it? Honestly, I gotta tell you, stacking is not very exciting. But I could show it to you. The fact that it doesn't do that much is not a problem. It's cool. Was worth a try. Who knows? Maybe it would have been really amazing. So here's another funny trick. Sine waves. Sine waves will become a little strange. ash can for ashes from the wood stove fire. Note this is not smoothed. I'm not sure how big of a problem that is. My idea is it is just a safety output for when you have to pat it down. Not really meant to be a thing for like automating or running other waveforms into and stuff. Because I only want it to be... Okay, so, all right, vocals. Voices with DRes 4. What do we get then?
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive. This alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies.
Okay, so it sounds sampled.
Everything's returned.
No, it sounds horrible. Well, that's fun. If I high pass it, yeah, I've almost removed intelligibility completely. Yeah, it's almost Swedish Chef. Neat, okay. That's aggressive. That's really going. Okay, didn't take it far enough down. What do I have to tune it to? So that's intense. Cranking it all the way up gives me more of a... Okay, that's fun. That's definitely fun. We will put it back to its default settings, quit out of here, and let's go and make the VST version of this. Heck, maybe we could have this this upcoming weekend. Does this feel like something that you'd like to have ASAP? Because we've got a pile of different things to come out, all of which are leading up to Console 3. Shall we do the new DRes? It really seems to have some things going for it. I think there is a lot to be said for that. I think we absolutely could do that. Okay, here's what we do for this. And pretty sure, yep. Nope, I keep getting it wrong. It's not 3, it's 4. I don't know why I keep thinking it's 3. It's probably because Dynamics 3 is 3. Because I keep doing Dynamics 3 over and over again. But this time, like, maybe I should put it out this weekend just so that I'm forced to move on to Dynamics 4 if I come up with anything else. Honestly. Like, I've been over Dynamics 3 how many times? I've been over Dynamics 3 like twice since I had it ready to go. And that's a lot. I've done it twice, and that's terrible. DRS 4. Let's replace gain with DRS 4. That's what I'm expecting to see. We should get a VST out of this before you know it. I think if we're able to get the VST out of this, what with the delights it's been showing us, that's a good time to switch over to futzing around with Counterpart and the changes I had in mind for that. Because I believe I can do some fun things with Counterpart that don't involve actually the cumbersome stuff of releasing it, but which do at least do more along the lines of making it act like a game. So here's my thoughts on Counterpart before I do this. I've got some notes saying Counterpart time, 120 counts down to 0 and beyond. Next level is current remaining time. Over 999, I'm not quite sure what I meant by this. Probably the size. Wins game. Level 0 or time equals negative current level means you lose, game over. This is what I'm looking to implement with Counterpart, is a way of making it play from level to level that's a little more interesting and able to work with the way it builds up in complexity. Build in that time element without restricting the number of shots you can do or anything like that. So you start with 2 minutes, and you have 2 minutes to complete the level, by which that means you are going to find and touch Counterpart. I might actually make Counterpart not respond to you in any way. It'll continue to operate like the other things do, and not pursue you or anything of the sort. But if you find it before 2 minutes are up, the number of seconds you have left, that's the number you get added. I'm sorry about the headphones. That's the shame. The thing is, if you were in negative seconds, that's the number of levels you lose. So rather than just incrementally going up in levels, it's chasing the difficulty level around what you're able to make. And that might make it interesting enough, because you could either go steadily and tenaciously, or you can sprint to try to find the Counterpart and literally win the game. I've got it set up as plus 999 wins game, but what I could also do is you're going to try to exceed level 99. So I could spell that out by having the level be big numbers, 2 digits. You're in 0, 1, and then you jump ahead to whatever. And I'd be ramping up the number of points. So one way to do it is to try to play smart by going like, how many technically, if you're starting at 120, you could have 100 points, 100 seconds left over quite easily, in which case, boom, you win immediately. But if you're at a more difficult level, it becomes a question of like how much time is left. Or I could give you exactly 100 seconds. So you could win the whole thing in the very first level if you were able to like find the counterpart and touch it within 1 second. Which of course is not happening. But then every step of the way, it becomes more possible to like win the game and have it be over by getting to that 100 mark. But yeah, so currently it's just in if you complete the level, you get level +1, which is very straightforward. But what I'm looking to do is have it be a little bit more complicated and engaging, so you actually connect with the idea of we are searching for the counterpart rather than just flying around shooting at asteroids. And I do wonder to what extent, we'll see. In any case, I'm not on that right now. I'm talking about doing that for the rest of stream. And although, fair warning, when I do get into live streaming design of counterpart, those are often the times that I go way past dinner time because I'm just too engaged. So it's a concern. But it would be fun to jump into that again as a treat at the end of stream. Because part of that development is just playing the game, seeing what it's like. Meanwhile, let's get this built first. Then we can go and do it. We could spend the last hour of stream on that. At least seeing it again. Been a while. Been a goodly number of days of doing this. And derping around with the dumpster follies. A little bit more awkward by the fact that one of the letters I have to type is D repeatedly, and this keyboard is so old and worn out that D doesn't always want to connect. So that's interesting. This is just part of my usual routine for building these. Ta-da! And now I go into the AU folder. And get back the one that we just made. And it should be a pretty straightforward thing. Another soup fan, Aurora Dream River? I have taken, this is partly an economy measure, but it's also partly a health measure. For at least a month now, on Sundays, dinner is soup. I make split pea soup, and I make it a little bit more interesting. I'm basically just using the Campbell split pea with ham and bacon. It's essentially just plain old pea soup. So what I do to make that interesting is I start with the saucepan, putting a little bit of, currently it's grapeseed oil, but that's because I'm trying to use it up. and just enough to moisten a tiny little bit of curry powder. I heat that up until it starts to smoke because you want to like get curry powder started that way rather than just having it be uncooked. And then I put the soup in on top of it. I put a little bit of chicken stock in with the water when I fill up the can with water to thin it out. And I will often put a tiny little bit of Marmite in there, which is something I've started adding to curries because it's like adding humongous amounts of extra umami to something which can stand the added flavor. And yeah. And when we're talking about cheese toast, it's all about Welsh Rabbit for me. So yeah, I've been making soup more often than ever before, and I'm quite happy with the end results of it's dinner, and it works for that, but it's also relatively light compared to just making whole bunches of extra stuff. It's like there's a healthy factor to it. There is a tasty factor to it. The fact is Sunday is also my releasing a video day, so that's the end of several days of continuous work, and I'm quite happy to just make soup and be done with the day rather than having to do fancy cooking. And it's warm and it fills you up and it's good. So yeah, yay for soup. Soup is cool. Yay for VSTs. VSTs are cool. There's 4. Excuse me. Sleepy Chris needs to go to bed after having dinner. Yawning up a storm today. 4 parameters. The number of parameters shall be 4. 5 is right out. And here's the names of them. Here's where we declare them. And then we're going to copy in the declarations of stuff, but we're going to add the right side of things. Right side of things means in the enum and in point we add R. Pretty easily done. And these guys. Ooh, look at that. We don't need to do the 8 cycles. Let's delete those. We only need the 1. Boom. Looks a little awkward, but it's an enum. It'll work just fine. It's referring to whatever that index number is. It could be anything. The number, as long as best total is the last one, everything will work fine. Right. See you later, Gwens. Looks like we're up to speed with this. We're going to want to take the default values from here. Like that. And then we go over to where they are initialized, which is here, and update that stuff. This part is fine. This part needs a little bit more in the way of point. There. Now everything's initialized. Bring that back up, and A through D are the ones I am going to be doing. Funnily enough, it's not scrolling out of control on me this time. Not quite sure why. I'm not complaining. Sometimes it wants to scroll really fast, and sometimes it's not that hard to manage at all. Here's our labels. And got there. This process can be cumbersome, but it's not necessarily very difficult. It's pretty direct. I just need to remember all the little things that need to go a certain way. For instance, do any of these need to be integers? Do they have other special qualities? In this case, not so much. They're just straight up floats from 0 to 1. And then out of here and over to here. And we take all of this stuff and dupe it in to wherever it needs to go. Yeah, I'm really warming to the idea of revisiting this Dragons 99 again. Some of this stuff should be going on my Bandcamp. I didn't realize I had that. It was only over the weekend that I even dug all that up and started experimenting with it. I did not realize I had a 1999 analog mix of this old stuff, nor that it showed up on stuff like Airwindows Meter as like, oh yeah, this is the one you want. This is clearly the right one. Who knew? And yet, there we are. Okay, so we do not do this anymore. And we're going to grab all that. And straighten out those details because I pasted it in wrong. Okay. Here's where everything becomes VSTified. No other changes. The tiredness is coming on strong. But we're almost done. Yeah, almost done. I'm not following you, Eriharu. But that's fine. I don't have to. You're not restricted to only expressing things I understand. You can express things that completely confuse me, and it's fine. Da-da-dum. Alrighty. Almost there. Now all of this stuff must be made into both left and right versions, but that is doable. Got there. Let's expand this outward so I can see what I'm doing. So I could duplicate everything over and then just do a search and replace with L and R. I'm not sure that's great though, so maybe I'm not going to. No matter. It is 3:41, so I've got about 20 minutes to finish this up, thaw out my cheese for tacos, and then maybe fire up Counterpart and see if I can quickly make some changes that turn it into a game to be played at the end of stream, rather than just a work to be worked on at the end of stream. Meanwhile, did that so I can do this. While omitting this, because we only need to do it at the very end. Hang on. Yeah, we only need one of these. It can look like this. We've got a gain tweak there, but that's fine. And then we're doing these. And that should get that covered. Looks good. Same for the low pass and or high pass, or whichever it was. One of these. This part, and only do the cycle at the very end, and right. And again, we'll reset the cycle after both of the stages so it looks visually different. y'all are reminding me that I still need to do that symbol experiment. That the guy on YouTube was doing really good synthetic symbols using phase nudge and a variety of other things, all of which I have available, like his, I don't remember what he called it. The crashing of the symbol is basically using the same technique as discontinuity, but as simply like a phase shift on the delay or whatever. And I can do that. That is a very doable thing. So I can make a symbol plugin. And in fact, he was looking forward for me to do it, because he was based off of phase nudge in the first place, being the best phase rotator thing for that purpose that he's found. And that's because it runs a console system inside it. So there's distortion in there. And then I posted to his video. I was like, wow, great. This is really great stuff. It's so nice to see you using it. And he was like, oh, yeah, you should make a plugin out of it. So clearly I'm going to at some point. And that point is not today. Right. X is channel agnostic. We reuse it. You know, what would really be exciting beyond that is if I call the people at my local internet service provider, that being the people that I get fiber from, and get somebody there to walk me through getting the Minecraft server back online. It lives. It's still there. It's in fact on, but it has not connected to the internet for like over a month or more. And I don't know how to fix it, but maybe the people who are in charge of like my router and stuff will be able to talk me through getting it back into the shape, because it ran for some time and people were able to use it. And then I powered it down because I had to, that was when the fuel oil thing was getting done. And ever since, it's never worked again. It would be nice to have that be a living thing. I would like to have that Minecraft server up again. It's not even that I do it a lot, it's just that there are times when it's like, you know what? I'm done with plugins for the day. Let's break blocks. And I can't do that now, so it would be nice if I could. Okay. That's both of those. That part's correct. We've got that. We've got that. And then we also have to have this. Now the post Bezier filtering, because we're doing two. We're doing pre and post. We'll get there. So a little cumbersome, but we'll get there. Hopefully without overlooking any of these things. Okay, so that seems to be about it for that. Yeah, it looks to me like that's about it for that. And one more of these and we're good. Or at least we'll find out soon enough if we're good. I'll do that Zoxbox oscillator again, because if the other channel is broken, it will show me immediately because they won't match. It's supposed to be they match. Let's find out what we got here. Ooh, also, I would not be able to search and replace for L because look at that. L is part of the variable name. It would become RMAR, which does not exist, is not a thing. No, we want to do it like this. I think that's it for those ones. I think. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I mean, technically, these don't need to have separate BESIQ, BES-LM cycle. Technically, I could simply run both of the cycles together, but that feels like more trouble than I need to go to. The will to having everything be much simpler doesn't need to go as hard as that, I don't think. That's the wrong thing. There we go. Technically, so was that. I don't know what I was thinking. Boom. That should be it. Let's see if it's true. Copy from just below this point. I think I did the stuff above. So this is just the processing loop. Right down to this point. I do indeed have that stuff. So directly from below here to here. Yeah. Alrighty. Heinbach is indeed a hoarder of old tech lol. Definitely. No question about it. And we love that, don't we? Oh no, giant mosquitoes? That sounds terrible. Don't love that. I don't like mosquitoes at all. Alrighty, almost there. Thursday can be Console X generic version. Lots to be done there, but we've done a bunch of other things, including getting those reverbs ready. That's going to end up being much more relevant. I feel like people are going to enjoy what happens coming out of that. And the Mac VST build goes there. I may yet need to go and fix that, but we'll find out. It should behave exactly the same as the other. So if this sounds anything like, okay, so we can do this, right? The VST is supposed to be exactly the same. Let's find out. If it's not, it needs fixing. If it is exactly the same, I'm going to go and get my taco cheese out of the freezer and thaw it, and I'll put on one of the Dragon's tracks from the 1999 again. What do we got? I like how some of the notes are mutes now. It's replaced some of the notes with rests because the way the timing of the note sequences out, the downsampling is turning it into a rest, which is a rest, or it's just a subsonic note, which is another possibility. I'm going to say that works. Over to something else. Back in a moment. everything I'm seeing suggests I should put this together into a Bandcamp release. I'm actually only hearing it over the monitor. Even then, the lines come through. Let me fuss around and get my speakers and amplifiers and things hooked up properly. Wait. Good enough. Alrighty. I will put the dev laptop away later. But yeah, as promised, we could derp around with a little counterpart. And this is just the way to do it, too. Okay. Speakers off. Close down this, move Chet over to the side because I'm going to be occupying this space. Not with BB Edit. This needs to be swapped over to Royan Audio at full volume. We'll run it again just to be sure. Amplitude up to 30, speakers off, and Godot and JetBrains Writer engage. It's going double click, if you please. Double click. Just because you haven't played me for weeks doesn't mean you don't know how to work me. And indeed, I would do my level best. Hey, Rem Spencer. Although my headphones are tangled and uncomfortable. Let's just straighten that out. And of course, JetBrains Writer, because it is a C# program. So we at level 66. So the point of the game is to fly through all this stuff, not get killed by this thing. That's the one. I see you. So if I fly into this, I win the level. And instead of moving on to level 67, I need to move on to the number of seconds left on the clock, which means I need to make a clock. So let's bounce back over to this part of the game and try to find, it's in player, I bet it's in player. Player, camera 3D, frame, color rect, label, level rect, left, and label right. So we've got this, and then it does not actually scroll down enough to show these, but they do in fact exist. And I can move them into more of a visible location. We get to have controls on here. One of the things I was going to do is add a control thing where you could set things like the view angle. I don't think you call it view angle, but view angle is what we're talking about. Field of view, FOV, that's what it is. And this whole system slides down when you hit escape. So my idea is what you see here, left, center, and right, those, and I can have all of this. Label settings is all the same, yeah? We have one consistent label settings, yeah? And it's being shown like this. So if we change the size, there we are, a little more room to write stuff. Doesn't have to be that small, but it's a thought. We've also got various things like outline and shadow that we could play with, but we're not getting there. Not at the moment. Stacked effects, huh? Okay. And resource local to scene, we're using one label settings for everything. So we'll save that and have a look at what that looks like. I would not mind having this be immune to different, like, see, that's a little bit smaller. I don't know if we need this many of these things, but it gives you a, oh, and look at that, we are counting down. So this is a whole separate thing that I clearly had going on, which is not necessarily what I'm going to want to keep. Currently it's doing a thing where if you get damaged like this, these are power-ups. We could still have that. They're amusing looking things, they're visual, they're cool looking. We can have that be there. We can have the percent be a percent. The rocks count, that is more of a concern. And see, we got these. Can we adjust that? No. Can we adjust this? We totally can. And can we quit? I don't think it quits, but in theory, you could have it quit by hitting that. And that's not such a bad idea, but I'm not doing that right now. So, if we do not have damage being something that ticks down, instead we have time being something that ticks down. So let's make another thing. Ooh, 8 usages? There shouldn't be any usages yet. Well, that's weird. Why does it say there's 8 usages? Show me these usages. Oh, no, that's a different thing entirely. Okay. Well then, what about... Okay. 4 usages are out of scope solution. Interesting. If I've just added that, if I just built it, is it going to tell me something else? It should run just fine, and in fact it is. That part's counting up. Usages of game time, out of scope solution. Oh, that's because it's being used in... So that's not my scope at all. That is something that the Godot game engine uses. All right, well, maybe that's a bad idea then. Maybe I shouldn't be overriding that. How about... What do you call time running out? Got 44 minutes to derp with this and come up with something. Also, it's complaining about my capitalization. Excuse me. I will name things whatever I like. Let's come up with something better to call this. If we call it time level... Oh, don't tell me that's in use as well. Seriously? Yup. Man. Well, maybe it won't break anything to have script serialization and so on be referring to that. There's local versions of that, so they're not talking about the same time level I'll be talking about. So here's how we start. Let's start at level 1. Let's have the very first thing we do be a time-oriented thing. And what if you only get... What if you get 1 minute? How about that? Then let's go and find out where this other thing is ticking down. I know, right? Deadline? That's a way of... You could do that. That would work. Where do we time down? In player? Ooh, press brakes in one level. So our ticking down has to be only happening if one level is not true. And you get to pause and breathe. And let's see. Around here somewhere is my timer. Yep, here's physics tick. Physics tick equals 30. We do not do those things. We probably also, well, maybe we need to check for target damage. Well, we're checking for damage there. So that seems to be about the same. Also, this is where it says you died. So there's that. And then start over goes to... How does start over restart from... You know what? I'm not going to worry about that at the moment. Let's see if we can't tick down the seconds. We're running this once every second. We're also checking to see if death has occurred every second. So if target level larger than 0 or game over, then we do this. And this is updating the game damage, but instead we have to render that into a kind of like we were doing with the damage, but with the time ticker. And we're going to have to look up where it talks about rocks and instead not have it talk about rocks in those places because we no longer care how many rocks are there. It was lying about them anyhow because you see like 27 of them for every one that actually exists, and so therefore it was exaggerating to some extent. And we're going to have to make this into a string. That is a lame way of doing it, but what the hey. So if target damage is larger than 0, game is not over. Or you didn't die anyhow. So if you take too much damage or run out of so much time that you can't even be brought back to, because when you go negative, and that means when you make it to the next level, it's going to be easier. So there's a certain amount of extra space there. So what that would mean functionally We're not updating game damage here. That's a tick. It's a countdown tick. So time level. Minus level is, I think, what that would mean. Yeah. I think that would work, or at least it's a start. And here's our ticks. We don't update damage here. And label right is where seconds show up. So, oh, also, I love that I don't have to do get child count for the number of rocks. That always bothered me. I get to skip that. That makes me happy. And then we're going to update that regardless. Which technically means we're doing it twice, doesn't it? So that updates. This is where it says hit space to start over and do that stuff. We are not necessarily updating this there. This all might be working. Where can I find other instances of label right? Let's find out. Let's do a find. Okay, how do I find this everywhere? Shucks, I guess I don't. Search history, that's not useful. Here's the disclose thingy. I do not see where it says find this everywhere. That's irritating. Targets, nope. Okay, search anywhere, but it's still only in this file. Irritating. Had a feeling maybe it was going to let me search project-wide, but I guess it just didn't want to. Well, where else do we have that kind of thing? How about in rock? We do not see that in rock. I'm adding an exclamation point because I'm no longer having all caps. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. We do not seem to be able, well, do we need to look up color rect? Are we updating the label right in here ever? Apparently not. Are we updating label left or regular label? We are updating label left, but it is for game damage. And that is a legitimate choice. Game damage does in fact get updated, it just doesn't count down anymore. We don't have any label-oriented behaviors in here. Oh, yes, we do. I could give special So there's a message for you. If the Guardian gets you, it says the Guardian got you. That way you know what happened. This, on the other hand, I wonder. I feel like it might override whatever else happened with this. So if it's always the same message, that's fine, but it might not always be. And then with this, if you've collided and target damage equals 0, we can see whether it sustains this or not. I'm going to have to figure out how to rotate these things. Do not yet know how to rotate these things. Not likely to figure it out in this half-hour of stream. But there's bound to be a way, and I know people who know. I just don't know how to apply that. Or a rock hit you, I suppose, is one way of describing it. And that's spawning. These don't have messages. Those are power-ups. Well, now, what do we do now? 59, 58, 57, 55. So we're counting up. We have far too many of these things around, but that's fine. This guy is coming for us something fierce, so that's no good. In 40 seconds. Oh, it says go that way. Okay. Oh, no, here we are. That's the one. Found? Good. Space for next level. We are still counting down. That could be considered bad. And it starts up saying 7 rocks. That's also bad. Okay, so counting down. Should be able to do that. So if game time level minus game level is larger than 0, or, that's an illogical or, game over. Well, that's an interesting combination of events, isn't it? Else. So why are we counting down physics tick? That's fine. We're making a noise. We're updating this. Do we want not game over? No, that always has to be true. So if game over is false, then not game over is true, and therefore we do this. But I don't get why... I don't get why that. Well, let's see what it does now. Apart from, you would think it would be able to figure this stuff out. I've seen simpler things do a better job of figuring that stuff out. So you've lost. There is the time update, which also ticks, because it ticks according to apparently pitch scale plus game damage times a small amount. So if we try this again, we're ticking down. We've got all these power-ups, but they are not conveniently placed. I'm digging the countdown tick, that's cool. I'm not liking how these are all in one direction. I thought I'd solved that before. 30 seconds to find the one. How about you? Are you the one? No, but you say go that way. And I see a guy who is like literally right here. That's the one. Boom. Found. We're still ticking down. So clearly, it's one level I need to compare against. Also, let's find out what happens, seeing as we are still counting down. I lost with 1 second on the clock. And I also don't have control anymore because I lost, so at least that part worked. So, this is only the second ticking part. We can put one of these in here. It's not going to be one level. It's going to be... no, it is going to be one level. What am I talking about? Exclamation mark is you're not. So we should be able to make it stop ticking. Or alternately, squeeze me. You just did that wrong. It thought it was being real helpful, but all it was doing was being a giant mess. Let's go. There. That should actually do it. Let's find out whether it worked. If it worked, we can move on to trying to get other things to happen in the last 20 minutes. Like having these be located properly. They're almost, but then you look this direction and there's just space everywhere. Okay, so what can we... It says that way. But I have lost track of where I was. So that seems unfortunate. No, how about you? It says that way. I bet it's you. Okay. The countdown stopped happening. That part at least worked. We still have control of hitting escape to open this up. Later I can put this onto like a control for adjusting field of view. That'll be great. Or put this onto a quit button. That would be more a information readout. Having that available for that sort of thing seems like that would be maybe cool. We have reset for 59 seconds. We've got this guy floating around being in my way. That is the correct one. But the question now is, what happens when I run out of time? And I'm not running out of damage, so we can knock that guy around. We can win the game quite easily, but the question is, what happens when we do not? And if I die, what does it say the countdown timer is? Is it going to say it is still at a countdown of 1, or does it say I'm at a countdown of 0? A lot of the rest of this is behaving though. 9, 8. Oh, it says I lost with 2 seconds left over. Well, that doesn't seem right at all. It's spacebar to start over. Do I start over at level 1? Yes. With the rest of it working. The guy coming straight for me the instant I shoot a rock. So that's legit. That's how that's supposed to work. You gotta keep moving if you're shooting rocks. You don't necessarily want or need to shoot rocks. That's not what the actual game is about anymore. Alrighty. It said 2 seconds. I don't honestly know quite why it would say there were 2 seconds on the clock when the clock ran out. That's my concern there. Ooh. Wait, no. It's checking to see whether game time level is larger than game level. It's keeping whatever it was last. Maybe that's what it's thinking, is I game time level -1. So technically I don't want to I think I just did that all backwards. It wants to check for game time level plus level, because only once you've reached negative whatever do you literally just straight up die. Because that's what you get when you win the level, is the time level gets added to whatever level was. So I can implement that too. I believe that's going to be in what? Boom. So collided 1 level, collided dropping down, false. Some of this stuff was acting kind of fussy, but I think I wrestled it into shape. So hit space for next level. So you hit space to jump to the next one, and that's when I normally have +1, but that ain't necessarily what we're going to do. Also, this is where bot lives. I was going to have bot not actually respond, other than it shoots the zap back at you if that's actually the one you're seeking. And I'm not entirely sure that's desirable, but we'll live with it for now. That might be just fine. And here's ready. So apparently we're compensating to some degree for being able to go to massively high levels, which is probably fine. There's going to be code in here. And it's not this, but that's the collide code. We are apparently not randomizing syncing brains, and it's been working fine so far, so we'll leave that out. If there are zaps, it will either shoot in the direction of the counterpart, or it will shoot in the direction of you if you are the target. That part's still fine. And here's where it is blinking. My stomach is a rumbling. Yeah, I think people are not as interested in video games, or maybe just not as interested in this video game, which is fine, because I've not finished it yet. But yeah, or maybe it's dinner time. Ever thought of that? Maybe it's just dinner time. So target position. Too much beep where player distance 2 times 0.01. I can adjust this and it will be much more active audibly. That might be fun. Play with that a little bit. We could also lose this bit and they'll just all go and mind their own businesses rather than chase you. You'd play it, you may get the chance. I got some work to do on it though first. There's our target position, offset into the space for no wrapping. Rolled brain, that's going to be a smaller amount of brain. Here's linear velocity. Ooh. So here's physics process. Here's where we override their positions if they need to, which they may not. Here's where linear velocity gets a little more hectic when you're at high levels, which is what makes it more difficult. Acceleration is what direction they're going, but it is sort of centered. And then it's multiplied by this, and if we made that larger, they'd be running around faster. Currently, they are not that demanding. Material, this is how brightly they flash. Here's the brain, here's acceleration equals target position minus position. This is going to be where I go and find, not that, that's the beep. Interesting, so do we need any of this? We do need to blink the player to match the counterpart, so that's legit. And that at least is, yeah, sure, fine, why not? So where do we have the update of, are we using target vector for anything? I think not. Let's not override that part. Let's just blink the player if we're player 1 level. I mean, technically we could do that anyhow. Here's the instances, here's deleting the instances. Yeah, I think we don't actually have counterpart chasing the player at all. Cool, cool, okay. Cube S. We have cube screwed up. Cube is not behaving properly. So here's where we start doing things with it. Here's where we're creating it. We're making lots of them. Maybe that's not necessary. This, on the other hand, shows us a lot. So if we update that to 16 and we make them all a little bit smaller because they're so large that they're showing up inconveniently through rocks and stuff. And then let's just dial that back a bunch because there's not going to be any time for going in great distances. So we might as well have these be kind of localized. Did it work? Very much it did not. I see none of them. Interesting. Alrighty. I bet I can undo past those, can't I? Don't know what change that was. Let's see what we got. Alrighty, see you later, Chad. Okay, now we've got lots of these, but not in this direction. That's the problem I was trying to solve. Let's work along this a little bit more methodically, shall we? It's about 7 minutes before tacos. We'll see whether I can get anything happening here. So universe limit, that's clearly making this be very big. Positions these, -8 should have them be located. Pretty sure I can make them be fewer this way. Don't have to do plus level. It's not really going to enter into anything. Well, at least it does the Guardian got you correctly, because it just did. Also, the time is still ticking down, so that's a bit of a problem. And now I'm hitting escape and it's not responding to escape, so that's fascinating. It's all a matter of getting the code right, really. So, the positioning of these things is supposed to be placing them along a line. And universe counter, dum 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 dum. Universe limit. Universe counter less than universe limit plus level. So we can make it go sparser. But what I'm trying to do is solve why are we not in the middle of these things. Their offsets are relatively normal. Does that put me more into the middle of these things? I feel like they're all only in this direction. Don't love it. And I am stumbling all over myself. But fixed it. Alrighty, so if we only offset by 3, now am I in the middle of them or are they even farther away? Oh, so this dude has to be farther away than this. He's too tough. Near miss. He needs to start farther away. But we only have 30 seconds or so on the clock. The rest of this stuff should probably still be working. Yep. Power up. That at least is working. Now we find out we're at level 1. We're not in the middle of these guys. -1, and we've lost. That at least seems to be working. Hit space to start over, and we can in fact start over. Alrighty. Well, shucks, what if 13 minus 13 times world size? Then what? No. They are all too far away. Why is this? There's some kind of offset I gotta figure out that'll make this work, but I have not yet done it. We could do minus that. Okay, so they are all up in this direction. Let's see if we subtract it and then maybe they'll all be down. Because they were definitely all up in a direction. Yeah. That does appear for them all to be down. So what I should be able to do here, and we could make lots more of them just to see what it does. Can't help but try. That made lots of power-ups. This makes very, very few. How far away are they? Look at this guy coming right at me. See, that's going to have to change. He has to be going a different direction for starters. Ideally, you should be like orbiting the player, unless you actually do something because having him go straight at you is just no bueno. And we are still not placing this very well. So that didn't work. But this is a form of randomization. Let's take the double zeros out of it and see what we get. The randomization is now 100 times more effective than it was. And boy does it show, you can't see any of these guys. Wow. So that's kind of cool, but that's clearly way too much. This is going to be a positive number, and then the grid that we're making is a negative number. And the 128 may be not nearly enough of these, but the whole game is being redesigned around these not necessarily being relevant. Okay, did I do anything? Oh, there's one. Oh, there they are. They are all in that direction. Ooh, and it's 5:02. Okay, technically it's time for tacos. Am I going to be good? I don't know if I'm going to be good. Okay, if I added 0.7, that would be a lot, but maybe 1.7 will still be somewhat randomized, but not too crazy. Still running into that problem where they're not localized properly. On the other hand, at least there's one that's close by. What we are trying to do is something around this. So the first thing we're doing is putting that back to what it was in the very beginning when it started. Then let's see whether we can offset this in a way. Oh, that's a mistake. It needs to be here. Right, and so mod 16, everything is going to be a factor of 16. First counter is counting up, so maybe that's part of my problem. We'll try that and see whether that acts any different, because universe limit is causing my issue. It's has to scale up a bit. Universe counter starts at 0, so we're starting at one edge of the universe. We should count up to here, but more sparsely. And let's see how that shapes up. Then, this is mod 16, so we do -8. And then at least it should be centered whatever else happens to it. Let's see if there's any truth to that. And we might as well -8 float. Can we make this so that we're at least in the middle of these glowing dudes? We have made there be too many of them, but it super worked, so that's cool. And right on. Okay. Now let's knock a decimal point off of that. And nah. Nah, instead we will increment it by automatically a little more than that. Well, we had to dodge that guy instantly. That's inconvenient. Wasn't you anyway. On the other hand, at least I'm in the center of the grid. It's just that the grid is appalling. I'm supposed to be going and having tacos. I'm being bad. Already. This should make the grid a bunch more random while we should still be in the middle of it roughly. And yeah, that doesn't look all that random to me. That looks very regular to me. Is it just that I am counting up too much? Some of these look like maybe they're offset, but a lot of them don't. Alrighty. Maybe I am just assuming that universe limit. Oh, well, universe only goes up to 180. So that's tiresome. Don't love that at all. Well, actually, we're overriding this, aren't we? 16 times 256. It's presumably where we're aiming. Yep, well, that was 4096, all right. Oh, we're simply assigning it rather than even overwriting it. That explains why it's such a rigid fixture. Let's now add that. And now that we are actually using that, let's step it back again. In fact, we'll step it back to where it was when we started. And I promise I'm going to go and have tacos very soon. Yeah, okay. We still need to make this guy not charge us, but that looks much better already. solidly in the middle of this mass of guys. So that worked. And our offsets maybe can be more intense than that. Let's quickly have a look and see. But then also, we could ramp it up a lot more. Okay, there's our randomization. It is clearly way more aggressive than we need it to be. Everything is really offset. Boom. You can go back to here. I must have calculated that out pretty good to get it right. I'm not sure that's great still, but also let's start at a higher level for a change. Halfway. What do we got? Well, we've got a lot more asteroids. And we do seem to have a goodly number of these glowing guys, so there's that. They need to be smaller again. Oh! And it successfully says you hit a rock, escape to restart. Honestly, and escape to restart is actually not working. Maybe it's because you have to hit space to restart. Oh, look. We've got so many of these now, more than we actually need. So let's deal with that. Many little fixes. I don't think they're all going to happen today. I am hungry. I'm just not caring. Universe counter plus equals level. Let's go back to square root level. But the counter can be plus 13. Okay, that should space things out a little bit. Well, we could make that 10 times more aggressive, but offset it less. So that's a positive factor, and then we're plus, minus, and that balanced things out nicely. So if we have offset too much in a random direction, we can offset also in the random direction the other way, and that offset is centered, and that's causing the grid. And that part's working, and I believe these should be much smaller now. And now let's see what we're looking at. Well, one thing about it, they're not in the way, but they're also possible to spot. Whether they're glowing dots, you can kind of tell the difference if shoot these guys all you want, it just doesn't do a damn bit of good. And we're at level 50, so we should be able to count down to negative 50. Ah. Is it you? No, it is not. Ah, but there, that's the one. Okay, and we stopped at negative 8. The only thing remaining to do here, seeing as all the rest of this is actually functioning, I hit space, so we are starting, it is rather than level 51, that's the one. Level 52. So what we gotta do is find where this increment is happening. It ain't there. And it ain't there. Oh, it must be in the player's control because it presumably happens when you hit space. So it's not in when you've lost. Or the zap. It's here. Alrighty. Once more into the breach, let's see what this acts like. Level 50. This is supposed to be fairly challenging. Find soft. We're no longer even keeping track of what happens to asteroids. You just go and like have fun blowing up the asteroids. Don't make it too much of a mess with them. This is the one. Found soft. Hit space. I should be at level 50 plus 39. 89. Yep. And we just made things much more difficult. But then this is kind of the idea. And we're still at 48 or so, or something like that. He says shoot that direction. Green. It says go that way. This one. Ah, missed me. Got me. And I believe I cannot hit escape to start, but I just ramped up to level 89 very, very rapidly. And it is not actually escape, it is space to restart. Actually, we're on level 1 now, so let's see what we can do. I'm gonna ignore Guardian. Oh wait, that doesn't exist. That was at 0, 0. Still have not yet solved that one. That was Mardi Gras. 33, level 33. Okay, so we're level 34. So go this way. Are you bamboo bells? No, apparently not. How about you? Oh, I bet you are. Boom. Got there. Hit space for next level. Plus 37. We're at level 71. This is already very difficult. Go that away. This is cover. It's you. This guy is coming for me hardcore. I'm gonna be in trouble now. Are you Genesis cover? Surely not. Seconds. Okay, it says that away. -2. So we're not going a higher level. There we go. But we're doing 7 levels down and seeing how we can go from there. So down to 64. I'm liking the chaos of no longer caring about the asteroids at all. We don't care whether we shoot them, we don't care whether we don't shoot them. None of it. Only interesting thing is, can we be directed towards where to go? Okay, so it's that way. Almost hitting me. Those look the same, so it can't be the right one. Direct me. Okay. It's you. I see you shooting. And now I'm stuck in the middle of... It's you. You're causing... got there. So now I'm 10 levels below that. Level 54. You know what? I'm going to call that proof of concept. It needs some more fine-tuning, but that worked. So the idea is to get to like level 100, at which point you win. You win everything. But it's meant to be ridiculously hard. And I do wonder how that works, like whether you can set it up so that level 100 is like ridiculously hard or something. Not really sure. But more of that later, maybe. I'm not sure whether we'll be doing some more of this on Thursday, but those were basically the changes I'd written in my notes here. Except for I do not have a win condition of you won the game completely. Instead, it's more a question of what's the highest score you can get to. And that is going to be without having gotten killed by something. But then the rest of it is just balancing these parameters, like the speed of the bots and how aggressive the Guardian is, make it so that the Guardian isn't constantly just directly attacking you, but figure out something else to do with it. And work along those lines. I've got it now so I can't actually see the power-ups anymore, so that's arguably a bit of a problem. And yeah, I'll get back to that, but I'm going to be good and go and have my tacos now. Otherwise, I'll be here until like 10. And this is a sign that the game is working, because I'm getting sucked into it and I want to play it again. And I want to adjust it so that I get a real sense of what I'm trying to do with it. And I have you have to have a clear idea of like, oh, if I could just play it one more time, I can make it do this thing. That is what I'm looking to see out of this, is just hooking you into playing with all of that kind of stuff. And until I return to it, I will talk to you later. I'll see you on Thursday when we're going to do some more plugins and stuff. Bye-bye.